Good morning and welcome to the February DAC training question and answer session. I'm Jennifer Stafford, the Director in the Division of Assessment and Accountability Support, and we welcome you today to our second ever question and answer session. Last week, we had a very successful question and answer session. We answered over 250 questions and we were able to have many participants, and so we will look forward to today's session to go just as successfully. The schedule for today includes many people that will be here to answer your questions. We'll start out the morning right now with questions from alternate assessment. Kevin O'Hare, consultant in our office, or our division, will continue to answer questions around the K-Prep assessment. At 9:30, we'll transition questions to Jason Howard that will answer any of your accommodated questions, whether that is on K-Prep or other assessments. At 10:30, we'll transition to SDRR, and we have a team of people that will be answering questions on SDRR. We'll have people from our division that includes Pam Powers and Chris Williams. From the division in the data from our office, we will have Nathan Rome and David Kurd. We'll also, during the SDRR time, we'll have other people from other offices in the agency. At 11:30, we'll transition to Joy Barr and Ben Riley to answer your K-Prep questions. At 12:30 and 1:30, we'll turn it over to Pearson staff to answer questions on Pearson Access Next as well as TestNav. So we have a full day. We've got a huge team of people that are here to support you in answering your questions. The format is going to be very similar to last week, where we answered questions during this time frame, during the specific time frames, on only those topics. So if you have questions about SDRR, those will be asked and answered during that SDRR time frame. If you have questions now and about only SDRR, you may want to come back at 10:30 or those specific time frames, because we're really trying to be focused on the topic in each of those scheduled time frames. If you have a question, please type it into your chat function and it will be asked over the air. Now, if it does not pertain to that particular topic, then we'll ask you to resubmit it or send it over to our DAC info. Questions that are particular to the time frame will be asked by our facilitators. We have two facilitators today. Jenny Larkins and Ben Riley are also facilitating our session. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Ben as your facilitator for alternate assessment, and he will introduce Kevin O'Hare. So Ben?
All right. Thank you, Jennifer, and welcome to the question and answer session for alternate K-Prep this morning. I'm Ben Riley, and I'm a program consultant in the Division of Assessment and Accountability Support. And as Jennifer said, I'll be your facilitator today. To submit your questions, please type them into the Q&A box represented by the icon of speech bubbles with a question mark that you see on the slide. Joining us to answer your questions today is Kevin O'Hare, and we'd like to keep those questions related to the topic of alternate K-Prep during this session. If you have questions pertaining to other topics, please join the other sessions today or email us at dacinfo@education.ky.gov. All right, we already have our first question. So Kevin, I'd like to go ahead and read that to you. Kevin, what training mentioned on slide 16 closes on March 1st? That is the overview and attainment task training required for anyone who will administer the alternate K-Prep attainment tasks this spring.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Ben.
Yeah, you're correct. That was the overview and attainment task training. It did close actually on Monday, March the 1st. It was originally scheduled to close on February 10th, but when we extended or postponed the original window one and opted to combine the two windows, then we pushed that deadline back to March the 1st. We are 2 days past. However, if you're a DAC that has a teacher, as we've had a few already come in that needed that quiz reopened for the combined overview and attainment task training, just let myself or it may be best to reach out to Daryl Mattingly at UK. It's daryl.mattingly@uky.edu. And Daryl or I, either one, can assist in getting those teachers activated. So, we understand there was a whole lot of information that's went out over the past several months, and teachers have had a lot going on, more than just complete review and a training and quiz. So as you're going to hear us say several times today, and I'll quote Jennifer Stafford as she said, several times throughout the spring, our goal is to be flexible and try to work with our schools and districts and teachers any way that we possibly can. So.
Awesome. Thank you, Kevin, very much for that reply. Kevin, I have a second question for you. Will there be any additional trainings or guidance offered for teachers who will administer the alternate K-Prep this spring?
Yes, Ben, there will. And actually on Monday, we released through the Monday DAC email some notifications around some special guidance, a special guidance presentation that went out. And basically it focused on things such as the reason for postponing the original testing window and why we pushed it back. We look at things specific to alternate assessment targets and how those are not standards, content standards, but those are assessment targets that are specific to assessment development. We talk about things from expectations for materials coming in a couple of weeks to our districts and our schools, and just very important features that kind of give a little bit of attention to the upcoming spring assessment. We understand there's some differences this year with combining the windows, and so there's a lot of questions that might be asked that we want to make sure that we're trying to address those and provide as many resources. Another thing that we released in the Monday DAC email and also shared out in a special alternate assessment email yesterday was that we're going to be offering some office hours, alternate K-Prep office hours. And basically those will be 6 1-hour sessions that'll start on Monday of next week, March the 8th. There'll be one on March the 8th, there'll be one on March the 10th, and one on March the 11th. And then the following week, there'll be one session on March the 15th, a session on March 17th, and the last session being conducted on March the 18th. Those will be 1-hour question and answer sessions just like this, where that teachers, DACs, DOS, administrators, or those that are working, maybe assisting with the alternate K-Prep administration this spring, can ask questions specific to the test. We do want to encourage the questions to be related to the test. There's been several questions about students and who gets tested and things, and we've tried to be as clear on those representations and things through our guidance. We've also included that information in the February DAC training, as well as in that special guidance presentation that went out Monday and yesterday, the special alternate assessment email, just to try to provide some clarity around, our goal is to try to test as many students, if not all, if possible. That's our goal. But we do want to try to just be cognizant and open-minded with that there's going to be scenarios and situations that might not allow a test to be administered. And so, with the alternate specifically, the alternate K-Prep specifically, we do provide only a paper pencil assessment. There is no online. And so in doing that, we also require a in-person face-to-face administration. So, if the biggest question is at any point during the testing window, will you be able to be face-to-face with that student? And when I say face-to-face, the first thing I want to emphasize is health and safety following your CDC and your local health department guidelines at the time of testing. It was a lot of information, Ben.
It was, and thank you for it's a lot of good information too. I've got two questions from the same person that kind of relate to each other, so I'm going to ask both of those, then jump back into the question queue here. On slide 5 of the training PowerPoint, it states that remote learners are not tested. We have a remote learner who has weekly contact with his teacher. Would he be required to test?
So it talks about, and I'm going to read that again, Ben.
I'd be
I want
happy
to make sure that I cover all facets of the question.
Absolutely. Let me read it one more time so you can get it. On slide 5 of the training PowerPoint, it states that remote learners are not tested. We have a remote learner who has weekly contact with his teacher. Would he be required to test?
If he has, the answer to that is if the student has in-person contact, even if it's once a week with that teacher, then yes, he would be required to test. The emphasis is any student that you are able to have in-person contact with, whether it be hybrid, where they come 1 day a week, 2 days a week, whether it be at an alternate testing site, maybe it's at a community center, a local library, or a church, anywhere outside of the school grounds. It may be in a homebound setting. If you have any type of face-to-face interaction, in-person interaction with that student, we are encouraging them to be tested.
Excellent, thank you. And then this individual had a follow-up question for you. In the additional resources shared earlier this week, 2 different testing options were shared in slide 17. Can these options vary between buildings, or is it a district-wide decision? So in example, can one elementary use option 1 and a second elementary use option 2, or do they both have to follow the same testing option?
That's a good question, Terry. That's a good question, and obviously that is one that, as we shared in the training, we want to leave that up to the district. We want to be flexible this year. We want to be cognizant of the situations that each building is in. You know, you're going to have different circumstances that occur, not just in a district, but at individual schools. So in that situation, that's up to the district. If the district decides that one of their schools wants to go with option 1 and test all task A through C first, and then once that is finished, go back and test task D through F, that's fine. But then you have school 2 over here that says we would rather do all of reading before we start thinking about math. Completely a district decision. We are comfortable with you making that decision.
Thank you, Kevin. All right, I have another question here. Where can we look to see if all teachers have taken the quizzes?
So in order to be able to identify, and I'm going to make the assumption that this is a DAC or someone with DAC level access asking this question, in order to be able to review your teachers, you would actually go into the online training system, and providing your username and password. And then in doing so, when you provide that username and password, over on the left-hand side, you're going to see towards the bottom left-hand side of the screen, there's a placeholder that says DAC Tools, and under that DAC Tools, you'll see an option to click that says Monitoring Teachers' Progress. And so when you go into Monitor Teachers' Progress, then you will be able to identify which one of you'll be able to see your teachers' accounts and see who has completed the quiz. Once again, if you have if you want to know specifically which teachers need to or have not completed the quizzes, you can also email Daryl Mattingly at uky.edu, and he will be able to assist you with that process as well.
Okay, thank you for that. And then we had a follow-up comment in regards to our question about the student who was a remote learner as well. And that follow-up comment was, contact is virtual, not in person. And I was simply mentioning that comment in case that changed any or if you wanted to provide any more information regarding that question, Kevin.
Yes. Oh, thanks, Ben. Well, and once again, the emphasis there is that if you have no no contact in person whatsoever with that student, then you wouldn't be able to test them. We want you to first and foremost reach out to the parents to see if there is any opportunities that they would be willing to bring the student in or allow the student to go somewhere, maybe not on school grounds, but to an alternate location, or going to the home, any of those scenarios that might be available. But if it's a situation where they're virtual only and there is no face-to-face in-person contact with that student whatsoever, then that would be a situation where you wouldn't be able to test them.
Excellent, thank you. At this time, we do not have any questions currently in our queue. However, if there's anyone in our audience who wants to submit a question, please just type them in the Q&A box, again, represented by the icon of speech bubbles with the question mark that you see on the slide next to me there. Please ask your questions, and Kevin and I will be here and happy to answer them for you.
Absolutely. Thanks, Ben.
Not a problem.
So Ben, I think we might have another question that just popped in.
All right, let's take a look here. All right, Kevin, we do have a couple new questions that have popped in for us. I'd be happy to read those to you here. Our first question is, what about medical waivers? Still wait until after testing to apply?
So the process for medical non-participations, they will be the same as they have been in years past. As DAC are aware, the medical non-participations are filed in the SDRR, and so that process is a situation where that a student, obviously they're not unavailable to take the test. Then when the rosters open up in mid to late April, typically in the SDR program or rosters, then you would be able to go in and file that non-participation. We typically encourage the filing to occur earlier, as early as possible, just in case, it were to be denied. Then they could always, still have time to complete the administration. So that process, like I said, it'll continue the same as it has in years past. The medical non-participation would be filed in SDRR.
Okay. We have a follow-up question to that, Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
Can you discuss what would constitute a medical non-participation?
So a medical non-participation is a situation where at the time of testing, we've said that in years past, and still today, a medical non-participation should not be filed based upon a handicap and condition. It should be submitted for a student who is at that time of testing unable to complete the assessment because of medical and health reasons. It could be a situation that's very unfortunate, maybe if a student is going through chemotherapy because of cancer. That's awful to think about, but it does unfortunately happen. It could be that they maybe were having surgery and they're going to be out during the testing window for the majority of it, if not all of it. And so those situations like that. Now, there's so many to discuss here that I couldn't obviously list every one of them, but we definitely situation scenarios such as that.
Thank you very much. All right, we have another question that's come in. Did yesterday's special alternate assessment email go to teachers as well as DACs and DOS?
That's correct. Any teacher that is on the listserv for the special alternate assessment email, the intention was for it to go out, and so to my knowledge, it went out to everyone that was on that listserv. Now, I don't send them out personally myself. It actually goes through delivery.gov, which is KDE's main distribution site. Everything that goes out, including the Monday DAC email, goes out through the delivery.gov. But if your teachers were on our alternate assessment teacher listing, then that is definitely one where that all teachers should have received it. Yes. If they didn't, you might want to forward it to them just to verify that they did get it. And if you need teachers added to that listserv, you can just definitely let us know, and we will be happy to get them on there.
All right, thank you. At this time, we have no new questions. So Kevin and I will be here. And for those of you who are watching, if you have a question, please type them into the Q&A box represented by the icon of speech bubbles with a question mark that you see on the slide. And Kevin and I will be here and happy to answer them for you. Oh, Kevin, we've had another question come in. If a student is virtual or at home learning, would we not need a medical non-participation?
No, you would not. So just for clarification, a medical non-participation is based around a medical condition at or during the time of testing that does not allow the student to take the test. So you could have a student that was back at school and very medically fragile and unable to take the test. That would be a circumstance where medical non-participation would be filed. If a student is at home or virtual, and you're going to have no in-person contact with them whatsoever, then your DAC or district level attendance clerk, director of pupil personnel, whoever handles your attendance in your district, they are going to complete the process within Infinite Campus to follow the attendance and verify that that student is full-time virtual with no in-person contact. And there'll be specific guidance around that in the SDRR section that starts at 10:30, and we'd be happy for you to tune in at that time. And Pam and Chris will give, along with our friends that have been working with us throughout this process, to give specific guidance on how that would happen.
Thank you, Kevin. And right now, we currently have no questions. So let's go ahead, and we'd like to keep, if you have a question, please type them into the Q&A box. Again, represented by that icon of speech bubbles with the question mark you see on the side. And Kevin and I will be here and happy to answer those. We've had another one come in, Kevin. So let's go ahead here. The non-alternate social studies standards and assessment have changed this year. We know alternate social studies has moved from grade 12 to grade 11, but did the standards or assessment format change for alternate as it has for non-alternate?
So I'm going to try to address that. So once again, as a reminder, and that is correct, we did change alternate social studies administration from 12th grade to 11th grade. The standards are based along the same standards for all students, alternate and those on the regular or general assessment. So what we have done is we took the standards that were adopted for social studies, and then we actually developed alternate assessment targets from those standards, and through those targets, we developed the testing items. So remember, the Kentucky academic standards are what we follow for all instruction and all assessment. We just have specific standards that we develop alternate assessment targets to. The format will be the same. It'll still be attainment tasks. It'll be picture-based assessments that'll be scripted. There'll be 3 multiple choice answer options that the student will be able to respond to, and if that student doesn't give any response, then there will also be a no response option to be selected.
Okay, Kevin, we've had another question come in. I have an alternate assessment student receiving homebound and or home hospital instruction that is receiving just virtual support, but they are not marked virtual in Infinite Campus. It is my understanding that homebound attendance in Infinite Campus is different than virtual attendance, which is why the student is not marked virtual. Do we need to test this student? what do we need to do to remove them from the roster since they will not be virtual in Infinite Campus, but they do not have in-person support?
So again, this goes back to the same information that we've shared out previously. If you're going to have, we want you to test every student. That's the goal, first and foremost, is to try to test every student. But when you have students that you're going to have no access to whatsoever in person, the parents may be not comfortable with anyone coming into the home, and we're going to have students like that this year. I mean, that's just the case. We're going to have students where the parents may not be coming into the home. So they may be a homebound student, but they are not a student that you have access to in person, face to face. And in that situation, you would have no way of testing that student. We don't offer any type of remote testing online or anything like that for alternate, and definitely not on a secure server platform where they could take it anywhere but in a face-to-face interaction with a test administrator.
Thank you, Kevin. We've had another question come in. My teacher asks if they are to test all standards from Windows 1 and 2.
Yes. There's no flexibility with that. The Every Student Succeeds Act that was emphasized in 2015, December 2015, as well as the IDEA requirements do state that we have to give a full scale assessment. And the thing with the alternate is, one thing we've talked about is with K-Prep, it's going to be a shortened assessment this year, but alternate is already as short as we can go with it. Based upon the students and the simplification and modifications that are made to the assessment, we already have that at a point where we couldn't reduce it anymore. And so that in that situation, they would have to then follow, or they look at the standards holistically, and the ones that are identified with the alternate assessment targets that represent both Windows 1 and 2, those would be incorporated into this one testing session. So yes, all standards that are represented as the alternate assessment targets will be tested this spring.
All right, thank you, Kevin. Currently, we have no new questions in the queue. However, just a friendly reminder to submit your questions, just type them in the Q&A box represented by the icon of speech bubbles with a question mark that you see on the slide. And Kevin and I will be here happy to answer those questions for you.
And I do want to bring up something that was discussed. I may not have addressed the entire question earlier about the homebound student and the virtual.
Okay.
It said that the student was homebound but not virtual in IC, and so in that process, if the student is, the student is going to be virtual if there's no access to the student other than remote access. And so that would be one of those situations that you would need to, your DAC or your district attendance clerk would need to follow the guidelines that have been set forth through Infinite Campus to mark that student as virtual during the testing window. And that way that, we're going to know when we go in and identify these students who tested, who did not test, and why they did not test. And so that would just help to clarify that. So I appreciate that situation there.
Thank you, Kevin, for that extra information. We had got a follow-up question while you were explaining that. So here's that follow-up question for you. I understand that we don't have to test if we do not have access. My question is related more to the fact that the student is not marked as virtual in Infinite Campus, and it is my understanding that removal from the roster by KDE is going to be based on being marked virtual in Infinite Campus. Is this going to require an exemption form or some other documentation from me indicating why the student is not tested? I think they've confirmed that your previous explanation answered their question fully. So
yeah, and I would definitely recommend recommend to watch the SDRR presentation at 10:30, because I know that Pam and Chris and then Nathan and David and team, they're going to give specific information around just how to specifically identify students and how to mark those in through Infinite Campus, so that whenever we do our data extractions, we'll be able to make sure that we get it right. And you know, if there may be circumstances this summer where something's missed or something is not identified correctly in IC, and that would be a situation where we would clean that up this fall during data review.
Thank you, Kevin. All right, we currently have no more questions in our queue. So if you have a question, please submit it in our Q&A box. It's represented by the icon of speech bubbles with the question mark that you see on the side. And again, Kevin and I are here and happy to answer those questions for you today. We've received another question, Kevin, so I'm going to go ahead and ask it. And this question is, I may have missed this, or I'm sorry, excuse me. If a student is virtual only and the parent does not want to bring the child in for testing to meet in a mutually agreed upon location or allow us into the home, how do we remove them from the roster?
So that's probably a question that's going to best be asked in SDRR at the 10:30 session, as that's going to be specific to a testing roster. My understanding is that, you know, as in time past, you know, as in years past, you would have the same ability to remove a student, whether you deleted them or not through the roster database provided. Now, we're going to be tracking the attendance information through Infinite Campus and just comparing that to exactly what it is that would need to be identified, so that we're able to combine the Infinite Campus results with our rosters to see exactly which students were there and were tested and those that were not, and how to be able to identify that. So these are more questions that are more specific to SDRR, I think,
Sure.
at the 10:30 session.
And I was getting ready to say, and for our listeners as well, that SDRR session is today at 10:30. And also, too, if they have any questions, they are more than welcome to email us at dacinfo@education.ky.gov too. I have another question for you, Kevin. Is there a particular form that we fill out when a remote learner is unable to test?
So there is not a particular form. Once again, that's just going to be the process that's shared out through marking your attendance and following those guidelines set forth in Infinite Campus. And again, that will be information that will be specifically shared in the 10:30 session through SDRR, but that a particular form in place there is not.
All right. Thank you, Kevin. At this time, we currently have no further questions. So just a friendly reminder, if our audience does have any more questions, please use the Q&A box shown by the icon of speech bubbles with a question mark you see on the side, and Kevin and I will continue to remain here and answer those questions for you.
So Ben, I think we have another question that's come in, and this may be one that we would want to bring Jennifer on to help us address if she's available.
I apologize there, Kevin. I was struggling to find my mute button.
No,
so
no problem.
Unmute and speak to you. Yes, I saw that question as well. If you'd like, I can go ahead and read that out loud for everybody, and then we'll proceed from there. They did specifically say this was not for alternate assessment, and I'm happy to respond to that too as well. But they said they had some questions that are general in nature, and they are not specific to any of the session topics. Is there an appropriate time today when I should plan to ask those questions? Jennifer, would you like to answer that one?
Sure. We're very supportive of trying to answer all of the questions today, but this is not the only opportunity we have to support. So if there are general questions that you have, you're welcome to email DAC info, or you're also welcome to call and talk with us on a personal basis, so that we can provide all the information particular to your questions. So if that's not a question that can be asked in any of the topics, whether it's specific to the assessments, each of the assessments, or SDRR program, or the Pearson products, then you're welcome to, again, email or call us directly.
All right. Thank you, Jennifer, for that. It looks like at this time we have no more questions in our queue. So if you do have a question while Kevin and I are available, please type it into that Q&A box represented by the icon of speech bubbles, and we will happily answer that question for you. Thank you, guys.
And Ben, while we're waiting for the next questions to come in, I
Sure.
just want to emphasize and share the importance with all of our viewers today that I definitely am not trying to withhold any information by not answering questions specific to rosters or how to identify students on those rosters and how to remove those students. But if you heard the old saying, "I know enough to be dangerous," then that's probably where I would fall into that category. So I definitely want to encourage you to join our team, and that will be specifically addressing questions at 10:30 on SDRR, because I would deem them the experts, and they have a lot of good resources available to address those questions as well. So by no means am I trying to withhold or just not share anything. I would feel more comfortable with them being able to provide that level of detail and information.
Certainly, and I know that we have guests who are joining that session who are also experts.
Absolutely.
And I believe that they would get a very good, thorough response to their questions by going there as a resource too. So thank you for sharing that with us.
Yeah. We may have had another question come in.
It looks like it just popped up on my screen. So let's go ahead. Kevin and I will read that question to you.
Okay.
Could you provide the link so that the DAC can check those teachers who have completed the alternate attainment task certification? Kevin, if you would like, I will respond to this one with a typed response. And that way they can get in connection with our DAC info email to get that link directly, since we're using a Q&A format.
Yeah, and they could actually, if you receive the special alternate assessment email, you will be able to go access the online training system. And actually the online training system link is live on that alternate assessment email. So if you go to yesterday's email, you'll see over on the right-hand side a live link that says online training system. There you'll provide your username and password, and it'll take you directly into that site. Once again, you go to the left-hand side of the screen, scroll down to where it says monitoring teachers progress, and that'll allow you to go in and review who's completed what quizzes.
Excellent. At this time, we have no more questions. So just a friendly reminder again, to submit your questions, please type them into the Q&A box represented by the icon of speech bubbles with a question mark that you see on the side, and Kevin and I will be here answering questions for you. Kevin, we received a brief clarifying question I'd like to go ahead and ask.
Sure.
The participant is asking if there is one test window or two.
So first, welcome to our viewer, and there is this for this year. There will only be one testing window. It'll combine all of what would have normally been window 1 and window 2 into one 10-week testing window that'll begin March 22nd and run consecutively through May the 28th.
Thank you, Kevin.
You're welcome.
All right, at this time, we have no more questions in the queue. So if you do, please put them in the Q&A box represented by the icon of speech bubbles. And Kevin and I will be here happy to answer those for you. Kevin, we've received another question I'd like to go ahead and ask. And that question is, we should receive test materials sometime the week of March 15th. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is correct. To be completely 100% open, my understanding is that on March the 15th, on that Monday, they will get everything organized within the shipping preparation for from UK, and then they will send out the first shipment the morning of Tuesday, March the 16th, and majority of the materials should go out on that Tuesday, March 16th, and hopefully be in the district by March 17th. But some of you could see them falling in on Monday or on Thursday the 18th, and even Friday the 19th. But if you don't have your materials by Friday, March the 19th, then definitely reach out, and we will work with our friends at UK to identify exactly where the holdup may be, because we want to make sure that you have those in a timely fashion.
Thank you, Kevin.
Yes, thanks, Ben.
Currently, we have no questions in the queue, so if any of our participants have a question, please put that in the Q&A box, and Kevin and I will be here happy to answer that for you. We've just received another question, Kevin, so if you're ready, I will go ahead and read that out loud so we can discuss it.
Sure, thanks, Ben.
Yes. Is there any discussion of extending alternate assessment into the fall to be able to assess students who may still be virtual this spring?
At this time, there is no discussion to extend past the May the 28th deadline, unless we might be able to provide a few additional days till June the 4th. But as far as extending past that into the fall, that discussion has not been had internally. That would be a decision that would come from KD leadership. But at this time, I think the focus is to try to administer the assessments this spring, if at all possible.
Thank you, Kevin. All right, we have no further questions currently, but if our guests and participants do have a question, please put them in the Q&A box, and Kevin and I will remain here happy to answer.
Thanks, Ben.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin, we had some questions come in that I'd love to ask. Are you ready for that? Okay.
Yes.
Our first question, will 11th graders who are virtual with no contact also be exempted from TAR?
So the TAR is something that is a little bit different, as in the TAR is not, the student actually is not required to be present in order for the TAR to be completed, and the TAR, the transition attainment record. So basically, the TAR administration began on October 5th, and during that time, it's actually a checklist style assessment where the transition team, the TAR committee, which could be the emissions release committee, it could be the transition team. There's a team of staff, typically headed up by the special education teacher. Then you may have a general education teacher, could have a guidance counselor, a team that comes together, and basically they determine if that student is familiar with that standard, that content represented by that standard. And so the only caveat there would be if the student is not familiar with an area, or they've had no access to a specific information shared out on the standard, then you would need to develop something to share with that student, and that's still the case. However, you could do this if you have interaction with that student virtually. You could develop an item and share it with that student virtually, because that's not a test item, that's an instructional piece that is going to then give you a response for that test item. So, for example, if there was something in math the student was not familiar with, you may develop a math lesson, and then based upon how that student scores, that would give you representation on how to mark that transition attainment record question. So that's kind of the follow-up there. Is the TAR is, obviously if you've had no access to that student at any point, you're not able to respond to them virtually. They're kind of MIA. You've not talked to them, you've not seen them. That would be a different scenario. But just to say that they don't have to complete the TAR because they're virtual is not the case.
Thank you, Kevin. We have another question that's come in. How do I update the staff in the online training site? We have a new dose.
So the new dose could go in and register. If you'll refer back to the September the 11th special alternate assessment email, there was the information in there about registering, and the registration link can be found there. So you could actually go back and have your new dose to complete that registration information, and then we would just approve them, and they would be able to show up that information. They'd be able to show up then.
Thank you. And Kevin, we have another question, but I also just wanted to let everyone know we have 5 minutes left in this session, and we will be able to take 1 or 2 more questions. If you happen to have a question and time does not allow for your question to be asked or answered, please feel free to email us at dacinfo@education.ky.gov, and someone from our office will respond.
Yep.
All right, Kevin, here's our next question.
Okay.
Is the test shipped based upon IC data or Infinite Campus data, or did the DAC or DOS have to complete an order?
So the way our shipment works is back in early January, Robert Davis actually pulled done an extraction from Infinite Campus and identified any schools that flagged having an alternate assessment student enrolled there. And so that is how we develop our materials listing for the districts and for the actual schools. So we will send a binder that will contain Window 1 materials, what we would formerly know as Window 1 materials, task A through C, in that binder, and then we'll also this year include a shrink wrapped group of materials, task D through F. There'll be specific information around those materials and directions that will arrive with them when they arrive the week of March the 15th. But those materials were shipped to the district, and then they'll be distributed to the appropriate school based on who was identified in Infinite Campus in early January through that Infinite Campus extraction.
All right, thank you, Kevin. We have another question that's come in.
Okay.
If a student completes the TAR, but does not complete the AT due to being fully virtual, how will that be handled in SDRR?
So that I can't necessarily identify that. I think that would be something that we would definitely look at, our data team would look at, and we would be able to identify that the student was completely virtual. They still should be marked completely virtual in Infinite Campus. The TAR is just a different circumstance where that even though they were completely virtual, the student does not have to be in person to complete that part of the assessment. The attainment task that's not an option. They have to be in person. So that's just the two different administration practices between the two different assessments. So we would be able to review that and see, of course, it's just going to be applicable there at 11th grade, and then if it's a 12th grader, they wouldn't taking the TAR, they wouldn't be doing attainment task, or grade 14. So it's just going to be our 11th graders maybe that this would be an issue with. maybe they do have TAR results, but they were virtual and couldn't complete the attainment task. So we will look at those individually and determine if that's problematic.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Kevin, for that answer. We are down to a little more than a minute left in our current session, so I want to take the time to thank all of our participants for coming today and joining us. Kevin, I want to thank you for coming to answer questions as well. And at this time, we are getting ready to prepare to transition into our next session. And our next session is going to focus on, Our next session is going to be focusing on accommodations. So thank you again for joining us. And again, if time did not allow for your question to be asked or answered today, please email dacinfo@education.ky.gov, and we look forward to helping you out. Thank you again.
And Ben, I would like to thank everyone that joined today as well, and thanks to all. We had some really good questions, and we appreciate the opportunity to be able to address those questions with you and try to eliminate any confusion that might be out there right now during this time. We definitely, our hats off to all of our administrators and our teachers and what they do each and every day. I also want to thank our team here at KDE. I want to thank Ben for the wonderful job that he done this morning facilitating this meeting, and also thank all those behind the scenes that have been assisting with producing these videos or these training sessions. And it's definitely a team effort, both internally and out there in the field. So we're all in this together, and we appreciate your support and hope we're able to return that in the same manner. So thanks for all you do, and appreciate you all.
Thank you. And we look forward to seeing you at our next session for accommodations.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Kevin, and thank you, Ben. So we've had a number of really good questions this morning, and we're going to transition now to our session on accommodations. Again, if you are just joining us this morning, welcome to the second question and answer session. We have many people here to support you throughout the process of today. I'm Jennifer Stafford, the Director in the Division of Assessment and Accountability Support, and this session will be focused on questions on accommodations. Jason Howard, consultant in our division, is here to answer questions on accommodation. We have at this time a facilitator. Ben, are you staying as a facilitator?
I will be staying on for this session, yes.
Wonderful. If you have a question, you will see that you can type the question into the chat, and Ben, as your facilitator, will provide the questions then to Jason Howard for answering. We're going to stick with questions on accommodations during this section. So if you have questions on other topics that don't pertain to accommodations, you may want to hold on to those and wait to the appropriate time frame. So at this time, I will turn it over to Ben and see if we have any questions on accommodations.
All right, thank you, Jennifer, and welcome everyone to the question and answer session today, and we're going to be focusing again on accommodations. I'm Ben Riley, and I'm a program consultant with the Division of Assessment and Accountability Support, and I'll be facilitating. To submit your questions, please type them into the Q&A box presented by the icon of speech bubbles with a question mark that you see on the side. Joining us today to answer your questions are Jason Howard, and we have no guests with him this morning, but we would like to keep the questions related to the topic of accommodations for this session. If you have questions related to other topics, please join the other sessions today or email us at dacinfo@education.ky.gov. And Jason, it looks like we've already had some questions come in, so I'll go ahead and start with those. Are you ready, sir?
I am.
Excellent. All right. Are DACs or BACs responsible for ordering accommodated materials like Braille or large print?
So they will order those in additional orders. So they will go into PAN and at the district level. So DACs will be the ones responsible. District assessment coordinators will have to go into PAN and do a district-wide additional order and order those kits to be shipped to the district.
Thank you, Jason. We have another question that's come in. How are accommodated materials ordered?
Well, like I said, the DAC or the DAC will go into PAN and order those through additional orders at the district level for the entire district.
Thank you. And then our next question, can a student have a handheld or online calculator as an accommodation?
They can have either one as long as their IEP or 504 supports the need for that. So if, we OAA worked with OSIL this year to update the IEP form that you see in Infinite Campus. And one of those updates was that, you had to tag for assessment which one the ARC decided was appropriate for testing accommodation. So they either had to tag handheld or online. And so as long as the student has a mathematics deficiency on their plan and they have been using that calculator routinely during instruction, and one of those boxes are checked, they can use a online or a handheld calculator on every single test in the K-Prep series. So I think that answers all the parts of that question.
Sure. And there's a little bit of a follow-up question I have to that as well that's come in regarding handheld calculators for students with accommodations. Do those need to be for function only, or can they use a calculator that was on the approved list prior to now?
So it would be on any. So there's a short answer to that is that it's any calculator on the approved list for any grade level. But the longer answer is that the test has been designed so that the elementary 3 through 5 only requires 4 function. The middle school only requires a scientific, and the high school only requires a graphing. So if I were giving a accommodated calculator to a kid in high school, I'd make sure it had graphing capabilities because the test is going to require that to take it. You can give a kid in elementary any calculator off the approved list, but anything above 4 function is really unnecessary. So, it's really up to the district. We've been consistent on, this is our 3rd year of online testing. We've been consistent with that, is that if it's a handheld, it can be any calculator on the approved list, but the way the test has been designed, graphing calculator will really be overkill on the elementary tests.
All right. Thank you. Our next question for you. Will students with a reader as an accommodation be allowed to use a human reader?
So that was another one of the redesigns on the IEP form last year, and so it should be tagged clearly in the IEP at this point that if they get an online or a human reader, so as long as human reader is tagged on the IEP in the assessment accommodations box, they can have a human reader. If it's tagged, if they get an online reader, then they need to use the online reader or the text-to-speech. So, it really just depends on what's marked on what the IEP supports. Same with the 504. So it's really whatever that document supports. They have to, they do have to signify that the ARC has to make a decision on that now, and that's consistent with OSIL guidance that went out in late 2019. I think it was December 16th, and we have given districts a year to get on board with that, given OSIL a year to train on that, and now we are enforcing that.
Thank you, Jason. I have a follow-up question to that. If a student will be utilizing a human reader, how can teachers and students social distance?
So, you have to do the best you can. You'll have to be reading off we don't have paper test booklets. So, you can read over the shoulder from, I mean, it has to be read from the computer screen, and we don't have a paper booklet option for people providing accommodations. So you just have to do the best you can.
All right, thank you. We have another question that's come in. This one's regarding the presentation. On slide 13 in the notes section, it mentions word-to-word dictionaries for our EL students. Are we allowed to provide these either paper or electronically to our students who have this accommodation marked on their PSP?
Yes, so they can be provided. They can be provided in either format. They can be a paper booklet they give, or it can be a online. It has to be a word-to-word dictionary. It can't be one that gives a definition of it. And the other main important thing, especially on the online one, is that you cannot have another program active while TestNav is going. So if you do provide an online version, it has to be on a separate tablet or device. It could not be on the same device the child is testing on. So they would basically have two devices going at once. The main thing is to make sure that internet connectivity and all that is disabled.
Thank you. I've had a question come in about ordering materials, and that question is, can we order additional or accommodated materials right away, or will they be given a notice of an ordering date in a DAC email?
So I think it's March 16th that it opens in Pan. I know that in the Pearson section, when Candy goes over Pan, she will discuss that date, but I'm pretty certain it's March 16th that it'll open up. So you got about 13 days until it opens, and you can do an additional order. But all kits will have to be done via additional order. So at that date on March 16th, you can start ordering them.
Thank you. I've had a question come in regarding our previous questions about calculators. If a student needs a handheld calculator, does the IEP need to specifically say they need to use a handheld calculator? Or if it just says calculator, can they just use a handheld calculator on the state, or can they use a handheld calculator on the state assessment?
So my understanding is that the IEP was redesigned. I know that me and Kevin from OAA worked on it, and OSIL rolled it out last year. And the IEP I see now in Infinite Campus is one that has a clear definition, like in the assessment box, has a clear checkbox. Either you can check one. It says check one. It's either online or handheld. And so that is the IEP we are enforcing. Now, it could be possible that by testing time that a kid has an IEP that was based on the old IEP still, and they have not had a new ARC. And so in that case, we've basically been, if that is the case, that a kid has an old IEP that is still active and currently, we've made the decision to enforce the rules that were active when that IEP was written, because you didn't have a chance to designate online or handheld. But going forward on IEPs, because all of them should be changed over by now or by the end of this school year. So going to next year, it would be every IEP would be expected to have a checkbox marked either online or handheld, and in which case you would have to stick to that one for the testing or do an amendment before the testing.
Thank you, Jason. I've had a question come in now about the text-to-speech feature. When students with IEPs, 504s, or PSPs have the use of text-to-speech, are those students allowed to be in a regular classroom setting since they will have headphones on and will not disturb others? Or do they have to be in a different testing environment?
So as long as they have headphones, we've always allowed them to be in a regular classroom. You don't, as long as their sound is not causing a distraction, and that it is not interfering with anyone else's test. We've been pretty consistent on that too over the last at least 3 years, but probably longer, that they can test with headphones in a classroom setting.
Okay. I have another question that's come in. When it comes to students with accommodations, are we able to test them at any time within our 2-week testing window? For instance, week 1 tests students with accommodations and week 2 the regular education students. Do we have to keep them separated during this time?
All right, so this is a question that came up in our last Q&A, so I have the answer to it now. We had to defer to Jennifer on that one because this is, a policy decision. But the decision that was shared at that time was that as long as, so I'm assuming they're talking about their testing window for the district. So your school may not start testing until week 2, but you want to start during the district testing window. And the answer to that is yes, because of how weird this year has been, with the pandemic and virtual schooling, and it's just a different year. We have offered a lot of flexibility this year. So if you wanted to start testing kids with accommodations in the first week of the district testing window and test the rest of the kids in week 2, that is fine. And I'm assuming the last part, do we keep them separated? They're talking about, like keeping them basically away from kids that haven't tested yet. And the answer to that is no. That would be that'd be a 14-day sequestering, and we are not requiring that. So you would not have to sequester them for 14 days.
Thank you. I have a question coming in about scripts. Are scripts available for human readers to use with a student who is taking the online test so as to provide 6 feet of distance?
We do not have scripts at this time. We don't have paper test booklets available to accommodators.
Okay. I have another question here. If a student has a reader checked on the IEP with a note that the student can have a human reader or text-to-speech, same for the calculator note stating online or handheld, are both options available to students on the K-Prep?
All right, so I'm assuming that what they're saying, and I would like the person to clarify a bit, and I'm going to answer it based on the way I understand the question, but if I don't answer correctly, I'd like them to follow up with this. So the way I understand this is they're saying that in the checkbox, they have checked either a human or an online reader, all right? And then in the note or other section, they have put that it would be either one. So like they checked online, but in the note said also human. And so I consulted with, and we had that question come up in the last Q&A. And so we consulted with OSIL and went back and forth with them on a decision. And the decision is that the checkbox, this is consistent with OSIL training. So OSIL has trained on this. They have worked with doses and special ed teachers, and this is consistent with their training, is that whatever's in that checkbox is the final authority. So you can't loophole around with the other box, according to OSIL, and we are backing that 100%. And so OSIL has trained on that. We are being consistent with it. Whatever is checked in the checkbox, whether it be online or human, that is what the child would receive on a test, regardless of what's put in the other box or notes.
Thank you, Jason. I had another question come in regarding ordering dates. What are the dates for ordering accommodated materials in PAN?
So there are no shipping windows this year. It is all additional orders. And so those additional orders would open up on March 16th, and they would run through until the end of the year. You can basically do those at any time. You would order them through PAN. It has to be done at the district level, however. There's no way for DACs to order this year. It's all district level, and so it has to be done via additional order. There's guides on that, and I know Candy will go through that in her later session.
Excellent. And that session is at 1:30 today for our PAN session if you'd like to join us for that. I have another question that's come in about a student having a reader. If a student has a reader marked on the IEP or text reader, but it's stated in the IEP that the goal is text reader, if the data shows they are more successful with a human reader, then a human reader will be used on the assessment. Is the human reader acceptable on K-Prep?
So to answer that question, once again, OSIL and OA, we have come to a consensus, and they're enforcing on their end, and we're enforcing on our end. So whatever is in the checkbox of the IEP, whether it be online or human, that is what the child would receive on test day. So if the text reader is what's checked in the checkbox, it's checked, then that is what they would get. If for some reason the text reader is not going well, or the student's having problems with it, it may be time to do an amendment to the IEP and maybe change that before testing, and then that's okay as long as data supports it. So I know that districts get weird about wanting to change IEPs before testing because they're scared that we'll look into it, or we'll think something fishy is going on. But if the data supports it, then by all means do it. If the kid is struggling with the text reader and needs a human reader, then you can always amend that IEP prior to testing. But if on test day the text reader is marked in that assessment, what they get on the assessment, if that checkbox is text reader, that is what they would get.
Thank you. I have a question about read aloud. The participant understands that they can request to read aloud for up to 4 students with operational and field testing. Given science and social studies are the only subjects with multiple forms, are we asked to request a read aloud for the other subjects with only one form, or can we just do this grouping on our own without requesting permission to do so from KDE?
Yeah, there's no reason to ask for a read aloud. So the read aloud that we give, so it's mainly only going to affect tests with multiple forms. On a test with a single form, there's no reason to contact me or Pearson or anybody for that, because there's only one form, so every kid has the same form. Mm-hmm. And so, this isn't necessarily something we're looking to keep tabs on districts of who's using read aloud. It's a service we provide for multiple forms in districts that cannot provide enough accommodators for the amount of readers they have. And so it's really just, we don't have any way of setting that up in Pearson. I mean, we could, but we choose not to allow districts to override forms just for any reason. And so it's one that you have to contact us to get approval, and we will work with you 100% on that. But it only affects tests where there's multiple forms. So there is no reason to let me know, let's say math, you need read aloud for that. You just go ahead and do that.
Thank you, Jason. I've had a clarification question come in concerning the online toolbox. On page 15 of the online toolbox, it states that students will have paper or pencil tests. From trainings, it has been stated that the only paper or pencil paper/pencil will be Braille in large print.
So I'm assuming they were talking about the text reader, and the online toolbox that's currently on the website is not the updated version. It's coming soon. It should be in the hands of KDE leadership by the end of this week, and then it should be up on the website shortly after that, whenever it gets the final approval. And so the one that's up there currently is for last year's testing, when we did have text reader and audio reader that were paper and pencil, but that has all been updated and changed. Neither one of those are paper pencil tests now. There's only 3 ways to really have a paper pencil test at this point, and that is Braille, large print, and the third way would be if a kid, for some reason, we've already had some requests come in like this, kids that have extreme vertigo, or they have seizures and things, if they stare at computer screens and they cannot for some reason test online. We do have a batch of online test or paper tests printed for those kids as well. That does require approval by me. You basically submit that request to me. I'd review their IEP or the 504 or whatever document that supports that, whether it be a medical document or whatever, and then I would approve that, and then I would have Pearson send you a paper kit for that student. And we've done that in previous years too. In previous years that was always an option. We just sent text reader kits to those kids. They just didn't use the text reader. They only used the paper kit that came with it. So it's basically the same kit as text readers, where you just don't have a text reader that comes with it this year because that's embedded in TestNav itself. But we do have that option. So those are the three options for testing kids. I guess there might be a fourth option as well. The kid is homebound, and you have tried every which way you've tried to take Wi-Fi hotspots to them. You have tried to take district technology, and you tried to relocate them, and they can't relocate for whatever reason. Maybe they're contagious or whatever it might be. Then we do have a paper kit for those students as well. If for some reason you cannot, for any reason, test them online, there is no way.
Thank you. I've had a question come in regarding visually impaired students and using large print calculators. If visually impaired students use large print calculators on the iPad or Think calculator, will the student be allowed to use these as described on the IEP?
Yeah, and we've always allowed that. Now, that does require you to fill out the unapproved calculator form, because those are technically unapproved calculators for testing on K-Prep. So they're not approved for the general student. However, with an accommodation, those are approvable. So what that would require is you would have to fill out the form, provide the student's ID, the student ID, and all the information the form asks for, and you would submit that to me, and then I would review the child's IEP and deem whether or not that calculator is appropriate or not. And then, once it's approved, because if the student has a visual impairment and they need large print calculator, it's going to get approved if that's the case and it's documented in the IEP. And so once it's approved, you would then just make sure that all internet connectivity and everything, and I send that in the approval. So when I approve it, I'll send all the things you need to do. But you basically need to make sure it's not connected to the internet, it doesn't have any other apps open, things like that. It's just strictly uses a calculator. That's in the case of like an iPad. And then if they're using some type of special calculator, it has to have all programs disabled, basically has to be in like a test mode. And so, that's the steps for that. There is a form on the KDE, the form page. You can also find that form in the TAMS. You can find it in the online toolbox. But there's a form you submit, and then once I get it, I review it, and then I will approve it or not approve it.
Thank you. Our next question is about emergency accommodations. What documentation do we complete for an emergency accommodation due to injury? For example, extra time due to broken right hand or providing a scribe in this instance.
Well, that's really a SDR question, I believe, because that's not really something. But I can probably answer that. You need to keep some type of documentation, whether it be some type of medical form and really that's Ben. I'd say we'd probably let them answer that. They would know better than me what needs, because I don't deal a lot in it. I do check it from time to time, but I don't stay in it the way that other people do.
Sure, and I've reached out to the person that asked that question to let them know, and also offer that they can email us to get an answer at any time on that. Thank you, Jason. Our next one is about 504s. What about 504s? I'm just rereading their question here. Is there no online or handheld option on the 504 form for a calculator?
So it has not been redesigned, to my knowledge. But it does. You do have to specify in there what type of things, what type of accommodations the child is getting. So you would have to specify in there that they were getting either a handheld or an online calculator in the body of it. But there is no assessment box that has been redesigned on the 504s as of today that I know of. But yes, the accommodation should be specified on the 504, if that's the question.
Okay, thank you. Our next question is asking for clarification. Could you please clarify the scribe? Should students who have scribe marked and can type be asked to type their own responses? Or should a student with scribe marked be tested separately where an adult types for them? Is this clarified in the new IEPs?
So with scribe, the scribe can type for the student. Now, if the student chooses to type for themselves, they can, and they could be at that time tested with other students. Now, I want to warn you before you do that, though. A student can ask for an accommodation. So a student can say, I don't want, like, I'll just type for myself. I don't want you to type for me. And they could start out the test like that. But they can always, according to our regulation, request that accommodation anytime. So 10 minutes in the test, I may decide I don't want to type anymore. I want you to type for me. And I want to utilize my scribe. And then you'd have to pack the kid up and move them to another room. So it'd probably be best, and it'd be my personal guidance to you, is that you test all scribes in 1-to-1. Even if they have refused the accommodation, because they can always ask for it at a later time. And so if you're already in a 1-to-1 setting, you don't have to worry about that. They can tell you, hey, I'll type it for myself. You let them type it, and if they ever want you to come in and type, then you can be there to do that, and you don't have to disrupt a whole classroom full of kids. So that'd be my suggestion. I would keep any kid with a scribe accommodation 1-to-1, whether or not they type for themselves or not.
Thank you. I've got a couple questions regarding students with visual impairment. The first one, if a student with visual impairment requires larger print text and uses the Zoom text software for all assignments, will they be allowed to use this software, or will they be required to use paper copies?
We do have Zoom functionality in TestNav, but it is not. I mean, I would not trust it to replace large print paper at this point. Now, we may pilot that at some point. I know there's been discussion in the past of us piloting that to see how it would work. I know when Roger Irvin was still with the department, he had talked about maybe doing that in the near future. And so there is a possibility that at some point Zoom text could be piloted and could be part of it. And saying, I'm not promising that. I'm just saying that it's a possibility that we could pilot that and use it. But as of right now, I would not trust the Zoom feature in TestNav to be a replacement for large print. I would probably have those kids large print. And now, what you could do, and this goes back to the same with the scribe, when you could order a large print kit for the student, and you could give them the option to try the Zoom features in TestNav and see if it works for them. And you could let them start on that. And if it doesn't work, you always have that large print kit already there to transfer them to. So you could go that route as well. And that's up to you and the student. Like, you can try it. But I personally, I don't think, having used the Zoom features in having used Zoom text and having used the features in TestNav, I don't think that it would replace that functionality. But like I said, you can always try it and then transition the kid to a paper copy if it's not working for them.
Okay, here's our next question. And based on what both these questions are, I believe they're coming from the same participant. Can a visually impaired student use a large computer screen instead of using large print materials?
And once again, that's up to the teacher, the building and district assessment coordinator, and the student, right? And so there's no, I mean, if you're testing a kid 1-to-1, you could basically project their test onto a big board if you wanted to, and enlarge the print that way as well. Like, there's nothing that says that you can't do those things, especially in a 1-to-1 setting. Now, once again, I would probably, my advice, now this is not a requirement, but my advice would be to order a paper kit for that kid anyway. That way, if that technology was not working for that student, like let's say that you're trying to project it and you can't get it dark enough in the room, or the text is still just not working, or they're not liking the way that they can't scroll, or whatever might be causing them issues, you can always transfer them over to a paper kit. So that would be my suggestion.
Thank you. Let's see. This is a follow-up question to our previous questions about human readers. If the student data shows a human reader is best for the student, then they would have to hold another ARC to establish the human reader instead of the text reader?
Well, I mean, if the data shows that the human reader is best for the student and they have text reader marked in the assessment box of the IEP, then yes, you would have to basically amend that IEP. Now, if data is showing that a human reader is better, then, if that wasn't the case when the IEP was written, then, then yes, you would have to amend it. But if it wasn't the case when the IEP was amended, then it probably should have been put down as a text reader or human reader, whatever was best for that student at the time the IEP was written. And so, if new data comes along that shows that the other option was better, then you would have to amend that IEP. And that's consistent with OSIL training. That's consistent. And OA, we're back at 100% that whatever is marked on the IEP must be enforced on testing. So yes, the short answer to that is yes.
Thank you. All right. We have another question. If a student has a reader, actually, it looks like we've followed up and answered that question. So wonderful. Let me go ahead and move on to the next question. Can you explain once again the process for using a handheld calculator if a student has the old IEP that just states calculator?
Okay, so if for some reason, and this could happen, it's probably going to be a small amount of kids, but it could happen that a kid still has an old IEP that was written prior to the redesign, because we did that in the summer of last year, which was after school had already let out. And so it is possible that kids could be due for another ARC in, say, April or May, and it could happen that they do have the old IEP going and that that it has not been updated. And so the old process was pretty much, it's pretty much the same as it is today. Only the main difference is that you didn't have to specify for testing online or handheld. Now, that said, inside of the IEP, we generally had you, or most districts, or most IEPs I saw that I reviewed at that time, they usually did specify what the kid was using in the classroom. Like they would specify a specific calculator, or they'd specify, a lot of them would specify a handheld calculator, because online calculator wasn't really used for testing at that time. So a lot of those old IEPs pretty much all specified in some way or another handheld calculator was used. Now, if they didn't, if they didn't specify that, then you would basically at that point have the option of utilizing the online or the handheld, and that's going to be a small amount of kids. But there's really no other way to enforce it for this testing year, because we're in transition between one policy and another, and you're in transition between an old IEP and a new IEP. And so the only fair way to do it would be to enforce it based on the old IEP rules. And so that would be that, if the calculator box is marked and it does not clearly specify in the IEP online or handheld, you would have the option at that point to provide either online or handheld. The student would probably be the last decision maker, and the teachers. But you would have the option on that one. As far as the process is the exact same, it must be marked on the IEP in some fashion. So you have to have calculator marked, and it must be used routinely in instruction, and it must be tied to a mathematics deficiency. So if it has those three things, you basically have the option of online or handheld.
Thank you. We have a question about the text to speech. And I believe, partially answered this earlier, but this is from a participant who just joined us. So I figured I would go ahead and ask the whole question. If a child has a human reader on their IEP and they have used a human reader all year, do they still have to use the TTS feature? In other words, does TTS take the place of a human reader?
No. So if a kid gets a human reader, they can have a human reader on the test still. Text to speech only provides functionality for students that get, say, an electronic reader or a non-human reader. Human readers are still allowed, and we still we still honor those accommodations.
Excellent. We have another question regarding large print. Will large print paper tests require someone to transfer information to a regular size SRB or somehow online?
So they come with, and Candy can maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but they come with a student response booklet in there. And generally they are transcribed into TestNav. Now, I do want to note that the SRB is usually, and it's the normal size, so it is not enlarged. The SRB is not enlarged. I do want to also point that out.
Thank you. I have another question regarding the admin code and special populations training. The participant wants to know, did you say that the admin code and special populations training will be updated soon? Okay. All right.
No. So what I was talking about was the online toolbox. So we had a question come in about the online toolbox on page 15. And so that is currently in the last stages of being updated. The inclusions and admin was updated this past summer. And it's, I think I speak for everybody that worked on that we hope that it's not updated anytime in the near future. And it probably will have to be updated, maybe before next school year, but not before testing this year.
Okay. I have another question regarding the scribe marker. If a student has scribe marked due to inability to read their handwriting, should the scribe technically be marked now that we are doing online testing if the student can type for themselves?
So we've never honored a scribe that's marked strictly due to handwriting, and that's in our inclusions training. It always has to be tied to some type of disability if it's in an IEP. So really that student should not be receiving a scribe based on our inclusions special populations training, because it's not a substitute for handwriting. It's really a substitute for something like this. Now, if the poor handwriting is tied to, say, fine motor skills or something like that, then that kid would still qualify for a scribe. But if they have fine motor skill issues, they probably can't type for themselves either. So there's a lot of information in that I'd have to have the answer for that specific kid, because like I said, if the handwriting is the reason and the sole reason, it's just because I have poor handwriting myself, and so, but I've never received a scribe in my life, whether I was a kid or an adult. So having poor handwriting is not a reason to have a scribe, and that's covered in our inclusion of special population training and our regulation. But if it's tied to a disability like a fine motor skill, and they can't hold a pencil, or they can't type, or they can't move their hands well, then that would be qualified for IEP or a scribe. And then in that case, they would be able to, they probably would not be able to type for themselves either, though. So I'd need more information before I can answer for that specific kid. If they want to email me directly that specific question and send me the IEP or whatever, or the student ID, rather, don't send me the IEP. Please, let me retract. Do not send me IEPs or anything like that through email. Send me the student ID, and I can access their plans and look at and see what the scribe is actually tied to.
Okay, so you'd like the participant, if they need further information, just to email you personally and send the student's SSID number.
Yep.
So you can assist them further.
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you, Jason. Another question. So do we need to do an amendment to the 504 prior to testing to reflect whether the calculator should be handheld, or online? Currently, it simply says calculator. Actually, currently they have updated their question. It currently says calculator upon request.
Yeah, and the answer to that is no. the 504 form has not been redesigned yet. So, that may be in the works. I don't know. I've not really talked to OSIL about that, but once they do, do that, then, yes, that would, but right now, as of right now, the 504 has not been redesigned. It does not have that box. So it is not being enforced on that one. 504s work the same way they did previous years.
Thank you. I have another question that's come in about human readers. If the human reader is checked, can we use text to speech? Same for handheld calculator. Can they use the online? Does checking use of technology give us those options if human reader and handheld calculator are checked?
So the answer to that is no. So OSIL, and once again, and you can go back and watch the training when it was first announced. It was December 16th last year. I think it's still up on our website. It was announced that we were moving that direction, and OSIL has been training on that. They've been training DACs and doses for sure, but I'm assuming DACs probably attend some of those trainings as well. That you had to specify on the IEP which one the kid would get for accommodations. And last week we had the question come in: can I end around it? Can I select, say, human reader or human or handheld calculator, and then use the technology or the other box to then end around it so I get both? And the answer to that, after consulting with OSIL, we went back and forth and discussed policy, and the consensus was that we would enforce that there are no loopholes. Like OSIL has been training, you had to pick one, and so we are sticking with one. So if you selected handheld or human reader in the checkbox, that checkbox is what trumps everything. So that's what the student would get.
We've had another question come in regarding a student using large print in their IEP in relationship to the roster. And Kevin or Jason, feel free to let me know too if we need to allow our SDRR session to answer this question. Students assigned large print in IEP and getting the large print paper test will also have a place on the roster for online testing that will be submitted online, correct?
And they can get clarification on this in SDR, but my understanding is that yes. So that test book would have to be transcribed, which would mean that there would have to be an online session for the student. The student's going to have to take it paper pencil because of their VI issues, and they're not going to be able to do the online test. But it would have to eventually be transcribed into TestNav for the student.
Thank you, Jason. Excuse me, I accidentally dismissed our next question. Let me pull that back up for us. This participant says they have several students who had started using NSR, so their scribe question tied in with that. And then, I'm sorry, previously they had just said 2. The questions turned out of order on me there. If a human reader is checked, can we use text-to-speech? I believe we've actually had this question previously, but I'll go ahead and ask it again. If a human reader is checked, can we use text-to-speech? Same for handheld calculator. Can they use on that online? Does checking the use of technology give us those options? If the human reader and handheld calculator are checked, and I believe you had already answered that. If you want to go ahead and just briefly answer it one more time. And then they had a follow-up where they commented, we had several students who had started using NSR, so the scribe question tied in with that.
Okay, so I'll unpack that. You may have to remind me of some of the parts of that question,
Absolutely.
Jen, if I go along here, because it's a lot to keep track of. So on the human reader and the human calculator, I'll reiterate again. If the IEP in the assessment box has human or handheld checked, or it has online of either one checked, whatever is in that checkbox on that line for, say, reader or on that line for calculator is what must be followed on test day. So you do not have the option of going back and forth between online and handheld. You don't have the option of going back and forth between text reader and human reader, and that is a change from previous years. Like prior to this testing season, we had allowed some fluid movement between those two if that was clearly defined in the IEP. But we went. Kevin O'Hare and I went on air with OSIL in December 2019 and announced that we were moving this direction. We gave OSIL a year to train on it, and now that OSIL has told us that they have trained sufficiently on it and that they have rolled out their changes, we are now moving that direction where you have to clearly define which one the student gets. And so if it's marked there, if it's marked either online or handheld, that is what you get. All right. The other part was the NSR templates. Those are largely, now I'm not going to say that there's no chance that we won't have some kids using NSR templates. There may be an extremely low number of them. If say a kid can't take an online test for whatever reason. Let's say I can't take an online test because I get extreme vertigo. If I sit down on a computer screen, I get violently ill. And so I can't sit down, I can't take your online test. Then I would take a paper test. I guess it's possible you could have an NSR template at that point with a scribe. But that's going to be extremely rare. And regardless, I don't really remember what the scribe question was. Was it the one that had to do with for poor handwriting? Was that the question we're referring to?
Well, both were marked with the user as anonymous, so I couldn't specify, but based on context, I do believe they are related. Mm-hmm. So I do believe that those two questions are connected to each other. And if that participant wants to just reach out in the Q&A chat too and maybe provide more information, we could work to get a great answer for them.
Yeah, and this is probably going to be so specific to this district and this school that, if they want to send me an email too, I can go over with them in detail, because, the NSR template is going to be, we left them up because there's still a possibility they could be used, but they're going to be rare because we've almost eliminated paper testing at this point. I'd say less than 2%, maybe 3% of tests given this year will be paper.
Thank you, Jason. I have a question that's come up about Braille test materials for you. Will Braille test materials also have to be transcribed into TestNav as large print does?
My understanding is that yes, they will be. Now, I'm sure that Candy or one of them will go into that in Pearson Access, or probably the TestNav session would be the most likely one. But yes.
Thank you. I have a question regarding a student that's been virtual all year. If the student has been virtual all year, would special education staff need to bring those students into test one-on-one?
You could always do. So I guess the answer to that would be up to the district on what was best interest for the kids and the parents. So if the parents are not sending the kids because they're scared of the possibility of their kid, or maybe their kid has health issues that they don't want to expose them to a school setting, you could always test that kid as you would a homebound student and send a accommodator to them. So there's always that possibility too. So you don't necessarily have to bring them to school. You could. Now, if the parent agrees and the kid agrees, you absolutely could bring them and test them in a school setting. But if they object, you can always offer the homebound setting as well.
Thank you. This next question, if a human reader is checked, can we use, or I'm sorry, this is actually a follow-up to this question earlier when we wanted a little more information from the participant. Okay. And it was concerning the handheld calculator use and the use of technology box. The reason we select human and handheld is for instruction purposes. We don't always have text-to-speech and online calculator options in the classroom. Only allowing one makes that hard for the classroom setting. And I brought that comment up, Jason, just in case there was some context that helped you answer that question.
Okay, so we have to unpack that a bit. There's a big difference between classroom accommodations and testing accommodations. And so classroom accommodations, there's more of them, and you can even have modifications and things in the classroom, like you can take away answer choices, all kinds of things when you're doing instruction, all right? So there's a big difference between instructional accommodations and assessment accommodations. So in no way does the assessment accommodation being limited to, say, online or handheld, you got to pick one, dictate what you can do in instruction, because if that was the case, then you wouldn't be able to do, like, say, paraphrasing of test items in the classroom, right? So if I'm given a test in the classroom, I can, and it's not tied to state testing, I can change words in the question. I can eliminate answer choices. I can do all kinds of things that I cannot do on a state test. Okay, so it's this. What I'm saying when we say you have to check one or the other in the assessment box does not impact instruction whatsoever. So there's a big section of the IEP that deals with instruction and all the things you can do. It can include modifications and all kinds of stuff. All right. And those questions for instruction would be better served sending those to OSIL, because that's what they deal with. I deal with assessments. And so on assessments, we're consistent that you have to check a box. So, the kid may use 4 different types of readers. They may use audio CDs, they may use text readers, they may use, screen readers, they may use a human reader, they may use peer readers, they may use all kinds of things in the instruction. But when it comes to assessment, you have to pick one. Whichever one the kid, whichever one the data backs up is the best for that student, you pick that, and then that's what the student gets on the test.
Thank you. All right, I have a question coming up about the function of the accommodation use of technology. The participant will like to know, what is the function of the accommodation use of technology?
So that would be things that aren't covered. They'd be assistive technology devices, things that are not covered in the rest of the IEP. So there could be things like, I'm trying to think of some stuff like a Franklin speller, right? So you could have a kid that gets, say, Franklin speller. That's not covered anywhere else in the IEP in the assessment box. So you'd put use of technology and you'd specify that the student uses a Franklin speller because they have extreme dyslexia. All right, so you would, and then that's really the function of that checkbox at this point, is that you would use that for anything not covered directly. So reader is covered in the IEP assessment box, so that's where that's covered. Calculator is covered. So those things are have their own checkbox. They don't need to be put in the technology section. The technology section is really for the things that are not, used by a large population of kids, that we can't possibly put a checkbox for everything that exists out there. And so you would put those items there.
Thank you. And before moving to our next question, I just want to let our participants know we have less than 5 minutes left in this session, so we can take a couple more questions. And that if time did not allow for your question to be asked or answered, I would like to encourage you to email us at dacinfo@education.ky.gov, and someone from our office will respond promptly and we'll help get that question answered for you. Jason, I have another question. This question may be one that you could answer part of, and we might need to also talk about TestNav as well. So if we need to do that, I'll gladly let the participant know. Within TestNav, are there options to modify for students with visual impairment, such as enlarge the screen, change color of cursor, etc.? Or will this be in the TestNav session?
All right, so I can't answer this based on what I know, but I would suggest that this person also tune in for the TestNav, because I'm sure they will demo this or go over it in greater detail. But the short answer to this is that yes. You can do the different contrast colors. You can enlarge, you can zoom to a point. And I covered this in a question that was asked earlier. I'm not sure that if, say, I was testing a student that needed large print, that I would trust the functionality of TestNav to replace large print test booklets. However, you could give it a try. I mean, you could talk with the student, and if they're okay with it, you could attempt to use, because it does have zoom functionality within TestNav. I'm not sure that it would replace large print, however, so I'd probably order that kid a large print kit just in case, because you can transition, the kid back to paper if for some reason the large print or the zoom isn't working. So there are modifications within TestNav where you can change the background color, you can change the font color, all that stuff. There are zoom functions, so those do exist in TestNav, but I would strongly suggest you tune in for the 1:30 session, because I'm sure Pearson will go over that and probably show you examples of it.
Yes, and it looks like Candy is already responding to the participant, which is wonderful. And for those curious, we do have our Pearson Access next at 1:30 today, and TestNav at 2:30 today for any questions regarding that. And Candy, I know will be present for that and happy to answer lots of questions at that time. It looks like we have time for about one more question, Jason. So I'll go ahead and ask that question. And then for those of you, if you had not gotten your question answered today during our time together, I'd like to go ahead and just ask, please feel that you submit those questions to dacinfo@education.ky.gov, and we will be happy to assist in getting those answered for you and support you. All right, Jason, here's our final question for the day. What is the process if the parent does not want them tested in the homebound setting or school setting because of COVID concerns?
So they don't want to be tested in the school, and they don't want to be tested in homebound either. Is that what they're saying?
Yes, that's how I read that question.
It looks like Jennifer's popped on. Do you want to field that one, Jennifer?
Sure, I can do that, Jason. Jason, thank you so much for all of the answers that you have provided. It's been a full hour of questions, so I appreciate very much you and your expertise and knowledge there on the accommodation. So thank you again for all of your sharing and answering as many questions as you could. I'll take this one about a student who is on completely virtual, has no in-person contact or in-person into the school. So, because that is a very good question, one in which that we've got to provide direction on. So in the COVID-19 guidance documents, in the participating in state assessments for 2021 school year, and also in the guidance we shared on February 15th in the DAC Monday email and also in press releases, we did indicate that a reasonable dedicated effort should be made to test all students. Now, we do expect the students that are in person, whether they are full-time in person or whether they are on a type of hybrid schedule, that they would be tested this spring. But those students who are completely virtual, they are not at school, they do not have any interaction, contact from the school administrator or teacher or any access to a person that is in person this year, then a reasonable dedicated attempt should be made. And what we mean by a reasonable dedicated attempt is to at least contact the parent of that student at least once. Give the parent the opportunity to know that their child can be tested. Parents may want the information about where their students are in relation to the performance of on content areas. So a parent may wish to know how their child is doing in reading or in math or in the other content areas at specific grade levels. They may be very interested in that and be willing to work out a testing situation that they would bring the child into the school at a mutually agreed upon location, a community center, a church, or even allow someone that they know has been very cautious about the virus to come into their home. We are saying at least one contact for that child's parents. They then, after they have the knowledge that they have this opportunity to test their child, then they can either work out the details to have their child tested, or they may choose to say, no, not this year. We appreciate your contact very much, but it's not a risk that we're willing to take. So that is a situation that we're asking that at least one contact. Now, that contact may be a phone call, it may be an email, it may be a distribution list that you have for the students who are on completely virtual. So it's up to the district how they make the contact, but we're just asking for that at least one contact to be made to those parents of students who are completely virtual. So at this time, it is just a few minutes past 10:30, and we are transitioning now to our SDRR section of the question and answer session today. If you have questions about SDRR, we ask you to put them into the chat, and we will get to as many of the questions as possible. Now, with SDRR, we want to remind you that there are two phases within the process of SDRR. We have this spring roster phase, and we also have the fall data review phase. So there are going to be two opportunities to look at and view students within the SDRR application. So we have a good bit of detail and training around what's going to happen in the spring. For the fall data review, that's where we have a few less details. So we'll ask you for your patience this spring as we're working through all of these changing scenarios that we are encountering this spring with so many things that are fluid and up in the air at this point. So again, we have a lot of details for you with spring rosters, and we have a few details on the fall data review phase, but not a lot. So again, we're going to ask you for some patience with us as we work through the process for upcoming trainings and information that we will make available when we have the answers. At this point, I'm going to introduce our consultants that are going to answer your questions this morning in SDRR. For the Division of Assessment and Accountability Support side, we have our own Pam Powers and Chris Williams. On the data side of our division in the Office of Assessment and Accountability, we have Nathan Rome and David Curd. And we also have friends from our Office of Finance and Operations. I've seen a couple people on, but I'll let them introduce themselves. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to our facilitator and ask that, is it Ben or Jenny going to be our facilitator for the SDRR session?
Thank you, Jennifer. Your facilitator is Jenny Larkins. I'm Jenny Larkins in the Division of Assessment and Accountability Support, and I will be your facilitator for this SDRR session. As Jennifer mentioned, we have our moderators and other guests with us today that have been introduced. We would like to keep our questions related to SDRR for this session. If you have questions that are related to another topic, we have several more sessions available today for you to join in, or you can email dacinfo@education.ky.gov. Before we get started with our first questions, let's take a minute or two to get to know Nathan Rome.
Hi, everyone. My name's Nathan Rome, and I replaced Jill Darbyshire following her retirement this past fall as the point person for the student data review and roster application, or what you've heard referred to as SDRR. And just to provide you a little bit of background about myself, I've been working for the Commonwealth for the past 22 years, with the past 14 years being in various IT capacities. I came to work for KDE in 2017 and worked for 2 years on the Office of Education Technology prior to taking a position in the Office of Assessment and Accountability. I was very fortunate to be able to work with Jill and serve as her backup on SDRR for over a year leading up to her retirement. So thankfully, I've been able to ride for a while with the training wheels on, so to speak, prior to assuming this role. And I look forward to working with you all and encourage you to utilize, you'll hear many times the DAC info email being touted, but we also have on the data side a KDE assessment at education.ky.gov email address should you encounter issues on the data side where you need assistance.
All right, thank you, Nathan. The department is fortunate to have you with us. We already have some questions for our moderators, Pam Powers and Chris Williams, so we'll get started. If Kentucky is approved for an accountability waiver, does that mean we will not complete the 100-day tracking and public reporting that will be based on our tested population? So if I need to repeat, I can. If Kentucky is approved for an accountability waiver, does that mean we will not complete the 100-day tracking and public reporting based on our tested population?
That's a very good question, Jenny. At this point, we are still tracking the 100 days because we don't have that waiver yet. Remember, we're still applying for everything. So things are still a little wishy-washy at the moment, if you'll accept that term. So at this point, please go ahead and get your 100-day students set up in your roster. Now, if that changes, we'll be certain to say it to you either in a DAC email, a special DAC email, or on the DAC webcast of the above.
Jenny, just to add to that, in the spring, your students will be pre-populated with your 100-day students at this point because there are no waivers yet. But like Pam said, if those become available, of course, our department will be seeking those waivers if USED does offer that. And also, we do also have not only, our accountability, but we also have, public reporting too in our school report cards that will happen this fall as well. So just stay tuned, for that particular piece. But remember that we will be collecting your test windows this spring. That will be one of the things that was covered in our video for SDRR. And that we will in the spring, because not during the access, rosters now or the ACT rosters that will happen, we will not be collecting that 100 days information. But keep in mind that we will be collecting those windows, and to keep those, keep your windows, and your testing windows and things like that, and your calendars in Infinite Campus up to date. So that way, when we get ready to pool that information to pre-populate those spring rosters for you, that your 100 days students will be, in SDRR for spring rosters that open on April the 20th. And so just because we pre-populate that for you, you always need to check that and make sure that information is always correct, as well as any other demographic information when we pull that information from Infinite Campus. So,
all right, thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Our next question is, I understand the guidance from KDE suggests students who are learning completely remotely, virtually, should be invited into our buildings to participate in Spring 21 K-Prep. However, in my district, Between 30 and 40% of students fall in this category. What is the process for when these students simply do not show up for testing? How should this be documented in SDRR? And we have a similar question. Is there specific documentation we must have on file if the virtual parent does not choose to allow the child to test? So we're looking for answers to how to document things if we can't test students.
Okay, at this, you want me to take that, Pam?
Sure.
Okay, at this point, the documentation, you just want to keep, your communications that you have, whether it was, emails, phone calls, etc., from the parents. Keep that documentation. The students would stay on the rosters, and then we will have more information that we will share with you at a later date, closer to, that especially during data review, because we will have more answers to you when it comes to close to rosters, about the documentation that you need to keep. Also, there's also a place that you can also annotate, in the spring rosters, annotations just for your use only. Now, the amount of documentation or etc. that will be shared later, as it gets closer. And then like I said, the students will stay on the rosters, whether they're, in person, hybrid, or all virtual, and then there will be things that we will look at this summer, look at your students, how they were entered into Infinite Campus. And then we will be making, taking a look at that closer, to fall reporting and our data review. Nathan, do you have some more to add to that?
Chris, I don't. I think you did a great job with that answer, and I would just say I would double emphasize the importance of coding students correctly in Infinite Campus. So if they're, part of those, blended learning groups, it's going to be more important than ever, particularly if they're 100% virtual, to make sure that they are coded correctly during that testing window.
Jenny, I think you're on mute.
Thank you, Chris. So continuing on with virtual students, will students marked 100% virtual populate into SDRR and PA Next? If so, will we need to mark those students non-participation due to virtual attendance?
You want me to answer that for you? We'll be pulling the students that are virtual from the blended learning groups that you've marked in Infinite Campus. You will leave the students on your roster. There's no need to remove them because we will remove them this summer based on what you've marked in Infinite Campus. Now, if the student has left your district or has somehow withdrew to another school or something, then that's a different thing. That's a non-participation. But just your virtual students, you leave them on the roster. Nathan, would you like to add anything?
Thanks, Pam. I guess the only thing I might, so the question is basically, should we leave them on the roster? The short answer is yes. And again, it's going to be important that they are coded correctly in IC, and I'll just re-echo the message that we want to try to make sure that every student, gets an opportunity to test. I think Jennifer did an excellent job of sort of kicking us off in terms of what that reasonable effort looks like. And so we are certainly looking to include as many of the test scores as possible. So rest assured that if you are able to be successful, in testing a student, then we're going to look to include that data. So we're talking about, specifically those students who you were not able to, test, and you made that reasonable effort, you documented that reasonable effort, but that's not a non-participation in SDRR. That's code, make sure they're coded correctly in IC, and if there's additional documentation that is needed that you provide to us around that, we'll provide you more guidance on that as we get closer to the fall data review.
All right, thank you, Nathan. Our next question is more about in-person students in a special category. There are some parents of in-person students who do not want students to test due to social emotional concerns this school year. Is the process the same for them? Do we just try to get them to test and follow any additional guidance we get from KDE?
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I mean, so could you just repeat the part about the social emotional? I mean,
sure. The students are in person, but they may not want to test, or their parents may not want them to test due to social emotional concerns. Is the process the same for them?
Well, without knowing the specifics, it's hard to say, you know, whether or not, you know, it would be approvable. But what I would encourage the administrator to do is to complete a medical non-participation form and submit that. I will say the form has been expanded. Previously, we only, you know, had to have a doctor's signature. I think mainly due to, you know, sort of short-term concerns that are having to be that emerge over medical issues, over potentially like a student being sick with COVID, just as an example, that there are, you know, that there is a new line now on the form where the superintendent or the superintendent designee can sign. And I'll say that there's also been, the federal government has dictated the removal of what was previously extraordinary circumstances as a non-participation reason. So, so the medical non-participation form can be used potentially to submit that set of circumstances, and then it'll be reviewed by someone in our office to see, you know, whether it rises to the level of meriting a medical non-participation.
Nathan, I'll add one thing, Jenny,
Yes.
before you move on. So thank you. That's exactly what I would have mentioned to Nathan, to seek that medical non-participation if it's a medical issue. However, I just want to remind that Kentucky is not an opt-out state. And at this point, we do not have the opportunities for parents to opt their students out of state testing. But on that note, I will mention that there is legislation that has been filed for opting out of state testing specific to possibly the question that's being asked. So just know that at this point on, you know, March 3rd, and I'm going to look at the clock at 2:51, that it is not an option to opt out for parents, that state testing is required. But please know there is legislation that is being discussed that could make that a possibility for this one-time option to opt out, or possibly the future. So that is a legislative situation, and that we as a department are watching. And if there is any change in that piece of legislation, we would make DACs aware of that through, again, Pam mentioned emails and special emails, as well as the DAC webcast.
Thank you for that additional information, Jennifer. Okay, our next question. What documentation do we need to complete for an emergency accommodation due to injury? For example, maybe they need extra time due to a broken right hand or providing a scribe in assistance. What documentation for an emergency accommodation?
Hey, Jenny, I'd like that one, if
Sure.
it's okay. Sure. For that particular thing, we call that a medical emergency form. And we do have that on our website for students who, you know, sometimes, you know, if they're involved with sports, or, you know, if they've, you know, done, you know, broken their glasses, or, you know, things that, you know, happen, and, you know, they're not able, you know, they normally don't get an, you know, accommodation. They don't have an IEP 504 or a program services plan. There is a medical emergency form that they would fill out and keep in their district, and they would provide that particular accommodation. for that student. And now we do not enter in medical, emergency forms in SDRR. We only, do the medical non-participation form. That's the only one that is uploaded. And of course, that's different than the medical emergency form. And so you can get that on our website underneath forms. There on our KPrep page, or there's several places you can get that too on our website, and be able to fill that out and keep that on file in your district office, because it's also important too if we do any like virtual, doing any, virtual site visits, during testing. We also, like to see the medical, emergency, which we can get that, in SDR when you fill out the medical non-participation, because that's uploaded. But now the medical emergency is not put into SDRR, and so you would just keep that in your office, your district office. Make sure it's filled out, and make sure, that student is given the accommodation needed if that is their, riding arm. If it's not the riding arm, that would not be appropriate to do that. So.
Okay, Chris, do you mind to take a related follow-up sort of question to what you just answered?
Sure.
The medical emergency form is not currently on the forms page for assessment accountability. Do we know when that might be added?
Oh, I thought those should have been there, because we apologize for that, because usually it is on our forms page. If it's not there, hopefully it will be there soon. Apologize for that because it is found on our forms page or our KPrep page as well. So.
All right, thank you.
They may be looking for the non-participation, and it is up there on the forms page. Now, we would have to go look for the medical emergency, but it should have been up there. If not, we'll get it up there by tomorrow.
Thank you. And the questioner added some information that they have found it. So thank you.
Great. Oh, good. I was good.
That's right.
That's
also,
good.
If Jennifer's available, we have a follow-up question for her. If the legislature approves the opt-out legislation, if that's passed, would the 95% participation rate be waived?
Thanks, Jenny. The opt-out legislation in the state, in the legislature right now, we don't need that for the 95% waiver. In last Tuesday's special DAC email, we shared that the U.S. Department of Education had provided guidance through a letter to chief state school officers. And in that guidance from the U.S. Department of Education last week, it mentioned that 95% participation would be one of the waivers that would be granted if sought by the state. So Kentucky will apply for the 95% participation waiver. So we feel pretty confident that the department will approve it because they're offering it. And so that 95% participation rate, we feel like that we will be waived from that requirement of ESSA. So regardless of the state legislation on opt-out, we feel like that 95% requirement will be waived.
All right. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
All right, our next question. When will the roster populate? I was looking for alternate assessment rosters on March 1st, but I don't see anything in SDRR.
Jenny, could you show them slide 11?
Sure.
Because there's our timeline on slide 11. And it's our access and alternate access rosters that opened on the 1st, and then the ACT rosters that will open on the 10th. And those are not pre-populated. Those are only for non-participation. So if you had a non-participation, you would go in and add it add the student to that roster. Now, the spring rosters will open on April the 20th, and those are pre-populated with students. Now, I'm hoping that answers your question. If not, please send us a follow-up.
All right, thank you. We do have a follow-up question to the social emotional concern that was asked earlier. It may not be a medical issue, but due to the stress of not being in school most of the year, the parents may not want to put an extra stress on the student. So if a parent just doesn't want them to participate due to personal concerns, do we fill out a non-participation for the students in those categories?
I guess I can take that. I think Jennifer, answered this very well in terms of, future legislation. From my perspective, there is no functionality or current rule or law that would allow us to either apply for or approve that kind of non-participation at this point. So that's where we are today.
All right, thank you, Nathan. And Nathan, while you're still there, we have another question about homebound instruction. I have a student receiving homebound instruction that is receiving just virtual support, but they're not marked virtual in Infinite Campus. It's my understanding that homebound attendance in Infinite Campus is different than virtual attendance, which is why the student is not marked virtual. I know that we will offer to test, but it will not be required if the parent refuses. What do we need to do to remove them from the roster since they will not be marked virtual in IC, but marked homebound, no in-person support? I know that was a lot, so I'll be happy to repeat any part of it that you need me to.
Sure. So I actually would like to, if Jessie Carlton's on the call, invite her to chime in here, because she is our Office of, for Financial Operations, here, our OFO expert on students and coding and how they get coded in NIC. I'll just say from my perspective that so I don't know enough about the classification that they're asking about at NIC to, so the question, we would ask is whether or not they're virtual and having contact, with sorry, if they're 100% virtual, then that's a different category in my mind than someone who is homebound and receiving services. So what was the classification that they use? And Jesse, if you're on, please feel free to, or Josh, please feel free to turn on your camera and chime in here.
No problem. I'll chime in. Thanks, Nathan. My name is Jessie Carlton. I think most of y'all probably haven't seen me before because I live on the DPP side of the world over with district support. So normally we interact back and forth a lot more with DPPs. So this is kind of a loaded question. I'll go ahead and say it because there's a lot that's going into this. And you are very much 100% correct that in a normal year, yes, those home hospital students are coded different than your, blended learning groups. There was the new statute that came in that all of your home hospital students this past year can receive all of their interaction or sessions virtually. But I think what we're running up against now is that we're needing those students to be in a virtual blended learning group if they are going to test, to show what days they're there, or to show that they're not there and they can't test. So like I said, I may need Nathan to jump back in here because I'm dipping my toe into the assessment world where I normally don't reside. But I think that if you are home hospital, it sounds like to me that if you're, you can choose to assess, correct, Nathan? If they're homebound, they can choose to do that if they want to send someone there. But the problem's coming in if you do not want to have them assessed because they are 100% virtual.
Yes,
so,
and I agree.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
So
and I think
go ahead.
Sorry, I think so. I think the important part is how they're included in that blended learning group and marked as 100%,
right.
virtual.
So if you need them to be 100% virtual and show on the blended learning group, you are going to need to add them to a blended learning group. and show them as being virtual on all of those days. Now, you can still provide your home hospital instruction because remember, this year there has been a break from normal attendance funding, right? So you can choose to continue to track those kids in the home hospital attendance group, but you can also put them in a blended learning group so that they're 100% virtual. You know, if you wanted to track participation on them over in the attendance world, you could. But if you have a specific instance, feel free to reach out to either myself or Josh Whitlow. Send us an email with your specific case and we can get into your database and look at your setup to say, kind of walk you through exactly what's going on, because what can happen is it's kind of best of both worlds. You can have both worlds. You can have them in home hospital, but you can also still have them in that blended learning group to show that they are virtual and they won't be in the building to test. Did that help, Nathan, or did that make it worse?
No, you made it. You're great, Jesse. I appreciate your help there.
Yes, thanks to both of you. That was a complicated question.
Yes.
Thank you. Our next question, if during our K-Prep testing window, a student is quarantined or isolated from school due to a positive COVID test or close contact, would the proper course of action simply be to exempt the student from testing and document this situation by submitting a medical non-participation form?
So I'll say that we're still working through some of the details around this. Our hope is to be able to have students participate in as many tests as they can. So if you're basically talking about a situation that happened during the middle of testing, whether this is functionality that appears in the data review period, or whether we are able to prepare it in time to be ready for spring rosters is still be determined. But if you basically had a medical reason where the student had to miss part of, this would be specifically for K-Prep. We're hoping to introduce functionality. In the past, non-participation for K-Prep was either all or nothing. So if you were received a medical participation, then that would be for the entirety of the K-Prep testing, and we're hoping to introduce functionality to be able to track those non-participations by content area. So if they missed reading, or they missed writing, whatever the test was, that you could actually request that non-part just for that particular area, and and it would be done through a medical non-participation, but it would just be more granular than it has been in the past. So I will say that again, our hope is to have that functionality prior to the opening of spring rosters. If it's not there, I would encourage you to make an annotation either within SDR or somewhere else, so that again, we want to count and include those content areas that they do take, and that we can properly exempt them from ones that they were not able to take because of a medical situation.
All right, thank you, Nathan.
And Nathan, could I jump in there real quick? I'm sorry, and just put in a little plug for how to code those people in case that happens, in case they go into quarantine. On their side, remember, we're telling everybody if that happens and you have a student who does go into quarantine, you'll need to put them into those QCE and QCP quarantine attendance groups. And then those students, remember, they may have been in person, but you'll want to move those into blended learning groups, because, that then triggers to show the days that they started, they were no longer in the building. So I think, all of that together, Nathan handles what happens on the assessment side, but to make sure the data is in IC correctly, you'll want to follow all those processes that the DPPs are up to date on, with putting them in the QCE, QCP attendance groups and moving them in those blended learning groups.
Thank you, Jesse. And we always want the data to be right in IC.
All right. Thanks to both of you. Very helpful. So the next question, where do I put my 504 students in SDRR? Chris, you're muted. Thank you.
Chris, you feel free to, I could sort of anticipate that Chris would answer this one.
Sure. Yes, because for that particular one, 504 students, you don't enter, there's not a place, for those students in SDR, except there is an optional place. It is the annotations column. If you want a place to stick those, that particular information, that's the place to do it. Otherwise, there's not, there's nothing else in SDRR where you can put that information besides annotations. So I hope that helps with that. Mm-hmm.
It does, and if you'll just stay on for just a moment, I think another question might be helpful if you can answer. What do I do if I have made changes to my students in SDRR and it's not showing up the next day in SDRR?
Okay, well, one of the things is that if, it depends on what it is, because if it's an IEP issue, we have, you would want to, contact someone in that office to be able to, it's Amy Patterson, who you would contact for that if the student is not showing up. But now if it's just, like a demographic information and you've changed that information in IC and it's not showing up, for one of those fields that requires, the IEP, that requires, Infinite Campus, and it's not showing up, then what you want to do is you want to contact data request at education.ky.gov, and they'd be more than glad to take a look at that information for you and see why that is not, that information is not pre-populating in SDRR. Because like we said, it should have done that, but if it doesn't the next day, and you want to give it some time, to see, it, in SDRR. So before you send it to KD data requests, because, we just want you to make sure that that does get done, both in Infinite Campus, and if it's in Infinite Campus and it doesn't, pre-populate the next day in SDRR, and you check that, and it's correct, then you want to contact KD data request. But if it's something about your IEP information, you've put that in there and it's not, in there, then you want to contact Amy Patterson. So I hope that helps, because the fields that you'll be able to, do in SDRR will be like, non-participations. You'll be able to mark if a student had accommodation as a yes or no. We don't, collect the specific accommodations in SDRR. But for names or, and we also, you can change the, your 100-day students if needed, in SDRR. So there's certain fields that you can change right on the roster during spring rosters, but now for, those other fields like, name, grade, SSID and things like that, that all has to go in Infinite Camp, has to go back in Infinite Campus and make sure that's correct. So that way it'll, populate into SDRR. Nathan, do you want to add anything to that?
I would just say that in general, like if we're making changes to SDRR, and we're a lot of times we'll have a ticket process where we're going to review something, and so we are actually looking to Infinite Campus to validate that change is legitimately to be carried over into SDRR. So I think there's really two issues, and I think Chris did a good job of speaking to both of them. One is, so the question I think was framed as, hey, if I've got information in SDRR that's been changed and it's not showing up in SDRR, I think it's probably more that they've changed something in Infinite Campus that hasn't been shown up yet, and that's not immediate. I mean, the two systems are not connected. There is a little bit of latency in there, but again, it's kind of done at the end of depending on the time period. It could be the end of each day or it could be the end of each week, depending on which roster we're talking about, or what's set. Like for cohort, it's even more spread out than that. But ultimately, if there is a change that's requested, it's not just that you change it in one place and you can't change it the other. We're actually validating the information against IC as the system of record.
All right, thank you, everyone.
And there's one more thing that we need to remember. Though that takes care of the rosters, but for the district test window collection, there's only one refresh from Infinite Campus. Happens about a week into the window for the district test windows. So if you make the change to your calendar in Infinite Campus, it won't refresh immediately. You won't have a 24-hour window.
Yeah, Kim, I'm glad you brought up district test windows. It's district test windows, I think, are set to open in mid-March, but it's going to be really important, and you'll see some messaging for us around this, that you go into IC, particularly because there have been changes to the calendar this year, and make sure that that last day of school is correct at all the different levels, for both elementary, middle, and high school, because we're going to pre-populate the earliest date of that the testing window could be in SDR based upon that information in Infinite Campus. So optimally we'd actually get it right, before we even open up the test window collection. If we don't get it right and there has to be a change that's made, then that refresh is only going to happen on a weekly basis, as Pam mentioned.
All right, thank you. Will there be specially created reports that we should use as DACs to track all of these students, or should we just use the already created blended learning ad hocs so that we will be able to verify rosters in SDRR?
That's a good question. It depends on exactly, I guess, what you're trying to track. You'll use the information that we gave you to create that ad hoc for a blended learning group so that you'll know that you've got them coded correctly, so that when we look at the rosters in the summer, that we will make certain that the students that are 100% virtual, we have moved them off the roster for you at that point. Other than that, it's just you'll do your demographic information in Infinite Campus. So whatever reports you need to run to make certain you've got that correct. I don't know if someone has a little more Infinite Campus experience and would like to comment.
I'll jump in from the blended learning side, Pam. I will say that as of right now, that ad hoc, or that blended learning ad hoc is kind of the best that we have to see what kids you have in what group on what day. We're trying to work with Infinite Campus to get that information possibly added to one of the other reports, but it's all new functionality and all new stuff, so we're having to rely on them to help us find it. So as of right now, the best thing we have is that blended learning ad hoc to show what kiddos are in which blended learning group on what day. And remember, that's going to run when you run it as of today. And so I think everybody who does a lot of ad hocs realizes that you can't really pick a day, so you can't kind of go back in time and say what were these kids listed on this day. When you run it, it's going to show them what they are now, so you can get it all cleaned up before your testing window opens, and then even run it that day if you want to see it. But that's the best we have right now.
Thank you, Jessie. For virtual learners, I hear the term 100% virtual being used, and some references have been made to all year in the videos. We have several students who've changed their minds over the course of the year. They've spent some time in both in-person and virtual blended learning groups during this school year. So when you say 100% virtual, do you simply mean students that are 100% virtual during the testing window itself, or is there a minimum count of days you'll be looking for when you pull the blended learning group data from IC? Not sure who will address that, but
I'd be happy to have this be a team approach, and for anybody from leadership who's in here to jump on as well. But my understanding is that we're really looking at the test window, and I would emphasize that there are different lengths to some of these test windows. So for we're talking about 14 days when it comes to K-Prep, but we're talking about a much longer period when it's something like access testing as an example. But I believe unless someone from leadership wants to chime in and tell me that I'm wrong. I think that we're looking at the coding as it exists, basically for the entirety of the testing window.
Nathan, I could not have said it better myself. So you are completely right. It's that period of time that pertains to the testing window. And as you mentioned, there are multiple testing windows, given the fact that we have multiple testing assessment programs.
Thank you, Jennifer. And while you're there, we do have a question related to something that you answered earlier. The person says, I know you've said this multiple times in multiple ways, but can you tell us one more time? Are schools responsible to have the 95% participation rate?
So the 95% participation rate will be one of the flexibilities that we will apply for a waiver from the U.S. Department of Education. In their letter that they shared with states last week, and I'll read it, and I apologize for reading, but I want to make sure that you have the exact right information. They're talking about accountability and school identification and so forth. In that section of the letter, it says the flexibility would explicitly include waiving the requirement of the academic achievement indicator be adjusted to account for the participation rate below 95%. So what they're saying with that, and what we're interpreting as in part of that, is that the 95% participation will be waived. So that again is a flexibility that Kentucky will apply for if needed. And we do anticipate needing that, because it's not an expectation that we think that we will achieve 95% participation. We just don't think that we'll get there, given the fact that we have multiple students that are 100% virtual, and we anticipate them being 100% virtual during those testing windows. So it's not an expectation that we think that we can achieve. And therefore, we're going to ask the U.S. Department of Education for relief from that. They did mention in that letter that there would be a template coming out for waivers. So we haven't seen that template yet, but if that's part of the template to where we have to apply for, or maybe do a little checkbox like we did last year, or whether we have to give rationale for waiver from that, we are anticipating doing that. So your question is, do we anticipate schools being held to that standard? No, we do not. But I do want to mention one other thing, is that this testing roster and these blended learning groups and marking an infinite campus is important. And I'm really pleased with all the questions, because you're asking such good detailed questions. We are going to be required to report. And when we get to reporting, although we're not sure what the school report card will look like or what we're going to be required to report from the U.S. Department of Education, that's one of the areas that we had really hoped that we would get more flexibility from, is that public reporting piece. It looks like that we will have to report publicly information from this spring's assessment. And in doing so, what we do anticipate is having to report participation rates. So we also expect to have to report participation rates disaggregated by the student demographic groups. So when we are thinking about these blended learning groups and the identification in IC, it's going to become important that those students are accurately in Infinite Campus, so that we know who should be expected to participate, because the participation rates, we believe, will be required to be publicly reported. So again, those pieces of data may be required to be publicly reported. So again, I'm really appreciative of all the questions. We've got some really detailed questions and really great answers from all of our group, and it's very detailed, and we appreciate the support that we have across both of our divisions, as well as the Office of Finance and Operations, to get you the information you need so that we can, in the end, get to accurate reporting publicly.
Thank you, Jennifer. If a student isn't showing on the roster for access, do we need to add them, or do I need to change something in IC so that they pull in? Chris, can you unmute, please?
So here we go with that particular one for access, because right now the rosters for access are only for non-participation reasons. Just like, you know, the ACT will be when it opens up, you know, in next week too. For ACT, those will be just for non-participations. So, you know, you want to make sure that your students are in Infinite Campus. One of those things I was going to add when the question came, I know it was around, you know, blended learning and Infinite Campus. You know, there's reports, but there's also, you know, LEP extracts that you can run in Infinite Campus, you know, throughout the window to see if your students are showing up as EL, because, you know, they won't show up, you know, for this, you know, like I said, your students won't be pre-populated until the spring rosters in April, so April 20th. So, you know, you want to make sure that, you know, if you're, you know, not only your IEP, you know, your students who are EL, but, you know, students who have an IEP are also in Infinite Campus are marked that. Your alternate K-Prep students, you know, you want to make sure they're marked properly. There are various ad hoc reports that I think we put as a resource in our training at the very end of it. Jenny, I think there was some, and if it's not there, then there's also under I Need Help in SDRR, if you've got access to the SDRR application, and there is a place to be able to, you know, there's lots of information for running those particular reports out of Infinite Campus to make sure your students will pull correctly when it comes to spring rosters. And like I said, you know, some of the things for ELs in Infinite Campus that could not be pulling correctly is underneath program participation, and that's those EL tabs. You want to make sure those 4 tabs are correct. And the first tab tells you, you know, that I am an EL student or not, and if they are EL, they should be marked as EL. That second tab has their screener score and their, if they've taken access, that would be on that second tab under program participation for ELs. And then the third tab is also, it will say program services type, and there has to be a program services type. And it can't just be, you know, because we know that parents do refuse, you know, they can refuse services, but they cannot refuse testing. And so, you know, there has to be another program service type marked, which they would be receiving their instruction in the classroom by the regular teacher. If that particular, you know, if a parent denies services. And of course, the last tab is the accommodations tab, and that has to be marked for both instructional, which is an I, next to those particular accommodations that are given in the classroom, and there's an A, which ones are specifically for the assessment. And so if all of that information is in there for that EL student, it will pull over correctly for you. And then, like I said, you can run that ad hoc report, that LEP extract. It will also tell you, you know, who is showing up for EL, and it'll also give you what your issues are if there's something not correct in Infinite Campus to be able to fix it.
Thank you.
I hope that was very, it's a lot of information, so you always want to make sure IC is correct, so.
All right, thank you. So our next question, high school takes multiple state tests, ACT, CTE, EOP, K-Prep, and so on. So a student could be in person during one assessment and virtual in another based on the previous answer, and I believe they're talking about the different lengths of test windows. So do students have to be tracked for each assessment separately? Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Remember, we have different rosters for the different assessments. So our Access roster is different from our K-Prep roster, which is different from our ACT roster.
All right, thank you. And then we just have time probably for this last couple of questions that are related. One is, are virtual students going to be required to test? And kind of on the other hand of that, can a student who is totally virtually still participate in testing, or are they exempt? So can they test if they're 100% virtual, and are they required to test if they're virtual?
I think Jennifer kicked off this session, basically was kind of bleeding into from the previous session with a really great answer to this, which is, kind of talking about what constitutes a reasonable effort. So can they test? Absolutely. There are a number of different potential ways in which that could be gone about. Do they have to test? And Jennifer, feel free to jump in here, but she basically, as I am doing a bad interpretation of what she said, a recap of what she said, is basically that you need to make a reasonable effort and you should document that reasonable effort. And she said, well, what constitutes a reasonable effort? And they said you should reach out to the parents at least once and afford them the opportunity, and if they refuse, then basically make sure keep a record of that you've made that effort and make sure they're recorded correctly in Infinite Campus as 100% virtual during for every day in the test window in question.
Thank you, Nathan. All right, and that's all the time we had for SDRR. Thank you.
Well, before we transition to K-Prep, I just want to say thank you to Chris, to Pam, to Nathan, David Kurt. I know that you were in the background providing support. Jesse Carlton, thank you so much for joining us today. We really appreciate everyone. You all had some really detailed questions in there and did such a great job trying to maneuver and answer specific questions in such a detailed manner. So just thank you to everyone for lending your expertise and your knowledge and your experience to the SDRR session. You guys are welcome to hang around with us. We may have further questions as we transition over to K-Prep, and just want to again reiterate my appreciation to each of you for the successful session. At this point, we are going to transition over to K-Prep. It is 11:30, just a little past 11:30, and we're going to transition to two of our consultants, Joy Barr and Ben Riley, are here to answer questions specific to K-Prep, as well as Jenny. I believe that you are going to continue as the facilitator of this session. So I'll turn it over to you and continue asking the good questions.
Thank you, Jennifer. That's right. I'm Jenny Larkins in the Division of Assessment and Accountability Support, and I will be facilitating this K-Prep session. As Jennifer mentioned, we have our moderators today, Joy Barr and Ben Riley, also in the division, and their guests from Pearson, Candy Gessling, Scott Wilson, and Greta Erickson. And we've already had some questions that have come into the Q&A, so we'll just get started right away here. Just one second here. All right, so the first question is, Information from the U.S. Department of Ed, as well as from KDE, has indicated there will be plenty of flexibility with regard to testing windows. More specifically, federal guidance has mentioned the option to test in the fall. Is the plan in Kentucky to still test during the last 14 instructional days of this school year? And what options will we see regarding those test window options in mid-March?
Well, yes, we are still planning to move forward with our testing this spring, the last 14 days of the district's instructional calendar. We have not really looked at the possibly testing in the fall. We did see that information come down from the USED as being flexible, but at this point we are sticking with testing this spring during, again, that last 14 days of the district's calendar, thinking that that is offering flexibility to our schools and districts in one way.
All right, thank you, Joy. One flexibility with testing has been that previously mentioned is that we will have shortened tests. Will the assessments be shortened this year?
Yes, and continuing with that flexibility, our schools and districts will have, again, that extra window, 14 days, where in the past it's been 5 consecutive days. So the schools and districts will have the entire 14 days to assess the students. The test itself, each of the content areas has been shortened, and you can, that information was shared on, I believe it was slide 7 in our trainings this spring, on the number of items and testing times chart. And you can see that the time of the test of each content area has been reduced somewhat. All of our content tests are 60 minutes each, with the exception of on-demand writing, which is 90 minutes. So, and then we also have looked at each of the content areas by grade, reducing the number of items that will be assessed in each content area, with the majority of those items being multiple choice, multiple select, that type, and fewer short answer and extended response items. In on-demand writing, whereas you will see we have reduced the testing to 1 prompt, where in the past it has been 2 prompts. But this year for 2021, the prompt will be a passage-based prompt and last for 90 minutes. So those are just some of the ways that we have tried to create some flexibility for our schools and districts to test as many of our students as possible.
Thank you, Joy. With these testing times on the screen here, we know that the TestNav system will not enforce those time limits. Do we permit students to work past the time if they are diligently working, or is there a hard stop based on those test time limits?
For 2021, as mentioned in our trainings and in the TestNav training as well, the TestNav system does not shut off at the end of that 60 minutes or 90-minute session. So students who are working diligently can continue past that time to complete their test. I do want to remind you that you do need to build in a little extra time then when developing your testing schedule to allow for that occurrence.
So Joy, that extended time that's allowed if students are diligently working, that does not require an IEP or 504 PSP.
Well, those are really two different things. Extended time is for students with IEPs, 504 plans, and program services plans, and that time is in addition to the allotted or allowed time for the K-PREP assessment. And so students with IEPs, 504 plans, and program services plans can have additional time in addition to the time for working diligently past that allowed time. So again, you're going to need to take into account your students, and especially those with extended time when developing those test schedules, because you can allow a bit of time for going past the allowed time, plus you may need to allow a little more time for extended time students.
All right, thank you, Joy. We have this test times, number of items, and test times, but do we have an updated blueprint for the 2021 assessment?
The blueprint that is posted on our website is the most current blueprint that we have available at this time, and it is based upon our current standards that have been worked on with our Office of Teaching and Learning and our testing vendor as well.
Okay, thank you. We have a couple of questions related to the 14 days. So just to clarify, 14 days means the last 14 instructional days, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
So if you have a holiday in there, weekends, those are not considered, well, typically would not be considered instructional days. There are sometimes schools that do have Saturday school at the, like at the end of the school year, but any day that instruction is occurring in the district is considered an instructional day.
All right, thank you. And so a related question, I read that we do not have to test 5 consecutive days within the 14-day window. However, can districts or schools test more than 5 days?
Yes, you have the entire 14-day window to test the students in your district. And that does not mean that you have 5 consecutive days. You have the full 14 days to schedule your assessments.
All right, thank you. For K-PREP sessions, can we test outside of the school day? For example, if a parent wants to bring their students in after school hours to test or on a Saturday, would that be allowed? For the reason maybe that the building wouldn't have as many people in it.
Jennifer, I know that there are opportunities for sessions to be held for evening classes, but I don't believe we would be bringing in students individually to test on evenings or weekends. Is that correct?
So you're right. In the past, what we've had is we've had opportunities that a few schools have taken advantage of. We have schools that have night classes or alternative classes for students who maybe have in these alternate programs that they're going to school at different times. In the past, in those few situations, we've offered the ability for those students to be able to participate in state testing. Again, it's been a handful of schools and a handful of students. We will extend that flexibility for this year to our students whose parents have requested that because of COVID-19 reasons. So with the fact that we are in this situation that is so different, we are extending that to the students and parents. In the spirit of maximum flexibility, we will support testing outside of the traditional school hours, and that's to enhance the safety to meet that parent request. So yes, that is something that we're going to expand upon during such an unusual circumstances. And we expect that decision to be implemented after consultation with the school superintendent and the district assessment coordinator. So if that question came from a building assessment coordinator, we're going to refer you to your district assessment coordinator, who will then talk and consult with the superintendent. So again, that's some flexibilities that we would offer as a state, but your district, obviously that's going to be a district decision, because that's the safety and security of those students within that school system. So in short, yes, but please make sure that you have that support throughout your district leadership, as well as school leadership, because your principal would need to be involved in that decision as well.
All right, thank you. For the K-Prep session, we're looking at slide 29 from the presentation. It states that the types of questions that will be on the math test are multiple choice, short answer, and extended response. Can you please confirm that there will not be any multiple select questions on the math section?
I can answer that one, Jenny.
Great.
Sure. So the math test will have multiple choice, short answer, and extended response. And the test that will have multiple select, which I believe is actually on slide 29, is the science test, is that what we're looking at for that. The math slide is I'm wrong on that number. I'm looking at a different PowerPoint set of slides. But I believe the science test has the multiple select on it.
All right, thank you, Ben. The next question, regarding the removal of content materials from walls in testing rooms, what about PBIS posters? Are they allowed?
Can you further define PBIS?
Those are related to behavioral supports.
Positive behavior in schools is what it stands for, I believe.
Motivational and any type of poster like that that does not have content on it are permissible on our walls in our schools. Jenny, I believe you're muted.
Thank you. Sorry, I sure was. So does the same grade level still need to complete the same content on the same day? For example, if there are 4 third grade classrooms, do they all need to complete reading on the same day, or could 2 complete reading on Monday and 2 on Tuesday?
Ben, you want to answer that?
Jenny, could you repeat that question for me real quick?
Sure. Does the same grade level need to complete the same content on the same day? For example, if there are 4 third grade classrooms, do they all need to complete reading on the same day, or could 2 complete reading on Monday and 2 on Tuesday?
So the answer to that question is completing the test in subject order. So they would need to be able to complete it in the correct order in order to follow the guidance we've provided. So if you have 4 classes and 2 of them take reading on Monday and 2 take reading on Tuesday, but the class on Monday doesn't proceed forward to the next section of the test, you would be following the guidance on that, I believe. Joy, could you confirm that with me just to be sure?
That's correct, Ben. And you know, the issue again is that we want you to follow content order by grade. So if you're talking about 3rd grade, then you can have, as long as once you start a session, whether it be a class or however you define a session, then that session needs to be in order. So they would take the reading test and followed by the math test. Those do not have to be on the same day. You could do session 1 reading on Monday and session 1 math on Wednesday. And then you could go to another session of reading following that first session. So again, we want to be as flexible as we can, but have you to follow the content order by grade.
Okay, thank you. If all other students are finished, other than 1 or 2, can those 1 or 2 students be moved somewhere else so that the rest of the class can proceed with other things?
It would, again, they would need to go back to, they need to be allowed that allotted time. Students can go back, they can read non-content materials and those types of things. Again, for those students, everyone needs to be completely finished with the test before moving forward or going back to the classroom instruction.
Thank you. Can different teacher classes at the same grade level, for example, 4th grade, in the same school, take the K-Prep at their own pace based on device availability, as long as they are taking the K-Prep in order?
Ben?
Joy, I'm unsure about the device availability portion of the question, so I'm going to go ahead and I'll answer what I do know, and then you can help me complete it. Again, it breaks down to subject order. So if we had, let's go back to that example of 4th grade. If you had, say, 4 classes in 4th grade, and you start with reading on day 1, but only 2 take it, and then you go to Tuesday of your week, the second day of your test window for that week, and the other 2 classes haven't completed it, they have to complete it as well before you can progress to the next content area of the test. Did that cover that, Joy, or is there anything you'd like to add on to that?
You want to make sure that you have enough devices for each session. So if you have sessions going on in your school, grade 3 can be having 1 session, grade 4 can be having a session simultaneously, it may be in different rooms, and you just want to make sure that they all have the devices that they need for completing the assessment, I think is the way you ask the question.
Okay, thank you. This year, does each grade level, elementary, middle, high, within the district have to have the same testing window?
No. You have 14 days to complete your testing window, and they do not have to be, they are not necessarily the same.
Okay, thank you. What is considered a reasonable amount of time to allow students to work past the test time before proctors must tell them to end the test? So if they are allotted that extra time if they're working diligently? What's considered a reasonable amount of time?
Your district assessment coordinator will need to determine that, whether it is 5 minutes, 10 minutes past the allowed time. That is a call that you need to make there at the school or district. Again, planning that into your testing schedule, because if you schedule, for instance, reading, that you know that you're going to need to allow 20 minutes and a few minutes more than that to do the quality of school climate and safety survey, then move into a reading session, which you would need to allow 60 minutes plus whatever allowed time that you think is necessary for students who are working diligently. And then, because then you may have another session that is starting after that. So you need to, all of it is contingent upon what you think your students can successfully do, and again, make sure that you do have that prepared for in your testing schedule plan.
Okay, thank you. Our next question, we've been told that we can test on a Saturday. Do we have to count Saturday as one of those instructional days if only certain students attend on Saturdays for such as credit recovery, or if we're going to use it as a testing day? Is that included in one of the instructional days?
That's a very good question. I really don't know the answer to that, if that would be considered, the school would not really be considering that a day of instruction if you're just bringing them in for testing. But Jennifer?
Thanks, Joy. This is a practice that we've had in the past, and we've never counted Saturdays as a day of instruction. You would need to look at your school calendar. So count your school calendar days. And I don't believe that your school calendar includes days for Saturday schools for some students that are taking your credit recovery program. So in short, no, you would not have to count those unless, of course, again, that they're in your school calendar, and I don't think that they are.
All right, thank you. We have a question about test format. Are all the tests for K-Prep going to be given online, or are there paper and pencil tests as well?
Oh, that's finally an easy question. All of our tests are for K-Prep are online, with the exception of our Braille and large print accommodated students who receive those accommodations. And those two groups of students can order a paper pencil test in an accommodated kit.
All right, thank you. We have a question. Can we test reading in person on Monday and bring in remote students after school to test in reading, or even the next day after school?
Say the first part of that again.
Sure. Can we test reading in person on Monday and then bring in remote students after school to test in reading, or even bring them in the next day after school? So they've tested their students on Monday, the ones that come in person, and they want to know if that same Monday, can they bring in their remote students after school hours, or could they test them even the next day after school in reading?
Yes, because that would be considered a different test session. So yes.
All right, thank you. And a related question, can we test remote students out of order from in-person students? not out of order per student, but out of order from the in-person students?
Yes, you might look at that as, I don't want to say makeup, but that type of thing. You want to bring them in, they will be on their own schedule if you're bringing those students in. And we have a good example of how you might bring in those remote learners for testing. We have a testing schedule in the PowerPoint that you could go by as just a guide in setting up those sessions for those remote learners, whether or not you bring them into the school or into another location to test them. But they can be, yes, on a different, could be on a different schedule.
Joy, I just wanted to jump in here because you said exactly what I was going to remind our viewers of, is that we do have schedules and sample schedules. Ben and Joy have worked on, I think, 4 examples of test schedules, whether the student is fully back in person, whether it's hybrid, or completely virtual during those testing windows. So just a reminder that those good samples are out there for you.
All right, thank you. Is it possible to do the survey part of the assessment on the first day of testing and start reading on the second day of testing?
The Quality of School Climate and Safety Survey is a separate session, and so I'm assuming that yes, you can. There is not a seal code with the survey, and so they could complete that portion of the test, and we ask that that be completed prior to that first content area. And again, that is reading except for grade 11. And grade 11, that first content area is our science assessment.
All right, thank you. Concerning the math portion of the test at the elementary level, the K-Prep blueprint shows Math Part A and Math Part B together, allotting 60 minutes for both. Do the students take both Parts A and B together in the same session?
Would you like me to answer that?
Sure, Ben.
Sure. Yes, they do take both Part A and B in one session, and it is a 60-minute session. Part A is Part A is calculator, and Part B is no calculator, with the exception of grade 10 mathematics. In that grade level, it's Part A no calculator, Part B calculator.
So Ben, regarding the calculator, can students use a handheld calculator on the calculator part of the assessment instead of the calculator offered in the TestNav app?
I believe they have to use the calculator in the TestNav app.
All right, thank you. How should schools address rugs or carpets? For example, if the carpet has a map of the USA, numbers, letters, etc. on it, would it have to be removed? This could be considered hard to do in some cases.
We ask that anything with content be removed or covered during the administration of the test. So if that that map has content on it, then yes, we would ask that it be, I would say, rather than removing it, you put some kind of covering over it. Honestly, I think I would test them in another room, unless that's a you know, like a lab or something. But we do request that any type of content that can be considered an advantage to, you know, a testing advantage, in our administration code. We ask that all of those types of things be covered or removed during testing.
Thank you. Can your remote learner come in one day and take all their tests in the correct order on that day, even if the in-person students have not completed all their tests?
Yes, that is considered one of our ways of being as flexible as we can. That again, depending on the grade, that is a lot of testing. So that's something that the school would need to consider with the assessment. I know that grades 5 would have and 8 would have reading, math, and on-demand writing that they would need, and the survey that they would need to complete in one day. So if you feel that the student would be comfortable with that amount of testing, then yes, it can be done.
Okay, thank you. We have different sets of students coming Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, Friday. So if we have one set of sophomores on Monday and Tuesday, and another set of sophomores on Wednesday, Thursday, can the first set of sophomores take reading on Monday and math on Tuesday, and the second set complete Thursday, Friday in the same way? Or does everyone have to be finished with reading before moving to math?
No. And again, there are samples of that available to you to use as a guide in developing your testing schedule. Again, you can develop your testing sessions, just following that content order.
Excuse me. Continuing with the theme of flexibility, am I correct in thinking the old requirement for 5 consecutive day test window for each grade span has been lifted for the spring of 21, as long as this occurs within the last 14 instructional days of school? And I know we've addressed, but in case someone missed that.
Sure. I'll confirm that is correct. It is no longer the 5-day testing window. It's the last 14 days of school. And if it does not have to be consecutive, it just needs to be administered in subject order.
All right, thank you. Will we receive more detailed results on individual students this year than in the past? The questioner is concerned that NAPD may not be enough to meet individual student needs. They do have other formative assessments, but they would hope that K-Prep and some other assessments could give more detailed information this year. Do we know what kind of information we're going to be giving school districts this year?
It's my understanding that much of that student data detail has not been completely finalized, but I would say that you will receive much of the same information that you have received in the past. I don't think that we will be worrying about NAPD, but we will know that, I think, as far as the schools will know what the students' scores are and information like that, but it will not be reported out that the NAPD.
So Joy, I can jump in here as well. So the student information reports, the ISR, the individual student reports, will look very similar to what they have in the past. So they will have the content area performance of each of the contents at the particular grade. Summary reports for schools and districts will look similar for K-Prep as they have in the past. So yes, there will be information by student as they have in the past. And also I mentioned on the previous session as well that again, one of the pieces that we will be required to report is performance by student as well as participation by student. So the information that we'll have to make public will include performance data by school and district as well as the state at this point. So we are again trying to be looking for flexibilities from public reporting, but at this point on March 3rd, we are going to be required to publicly report school performance as well as participation.
All right, thank you. Is there a separate seal code and/or testing ticket for the survey?
Currently, there is no seal code for the survey.
But they will receive a test ticket for the survey.
All right, thank you. So we just need a repeat of the response, please. Is it true if general ed students who are working diligently that they can keep working once time is completed? And if so, what is a reasonable or expected amount students should be given once their time has exceeded but are working diligently?
Ben, you want to see if you can maybe word that a little bit differently than I have?
Well, I will say on that particular question, as Kevin O'Hare kind of said this morning, I know enough to be dangerous, Joy, so I'm going to allow you to answer that one once more.
Okay, so again, go ahead.
Joy, you want me to jump in? Maybe I could try.
Okay.
So, you know, a reasonable amount of time for one person may not be a reasonable amount of time for another person. So it's really hard to define what's reasonable, because if I have a student that is gifted and or a student that is special needs, what's reasonable for one may not be reasonable for another. So it's really going to be an individual opinion and confirmation from the test proctor, who knows that student and that student very well. And let me give you a even further example, is that a student may be contemplating, and you know, by looking off in a direction, and that teacher knows that that student is really thinking and contemplating about the question itself. But another student may be piddling with the test and not progressing, and just trying to get out of the next class or the next activity. So, but the teacher would know that, or the test proctor would hopefully know what the student is capable of and what their thought processes are. So to define specifically, you know, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes by individual student at the state level, we're not able to do that. But I think that what we're saying is that a reasonable amount of time for that student should be given if they're progressing. And with this, we're trying to give flexibilities for the students, because again, this is going to be the first time operationally that we'll have the online test, and that is where we're trying to be really flexible, especially at the lower levels in their keyboarding skills and the skills that they're bringing to the online test. So that is two areas in which we're really trying to be flexible with their thought processes, as well as them being able to interact with the computer as well. So we're not able to say specifically what is a defined reasonable amount of time for each and every student.
All right, thank you. Just to clarify, I understood that we could complete testing our third grade students with accommodations on week 1, and then our non-accommodated students, talk third grade for example, could complete testing in week 2. But I thought I just understood you to say that all students in the grade level in a school would need to complete a content area before moving to the next content. Will you please clarify this again? Is it by grade level? Is it by groups of students? Who needs to complete what content area before they can move to the next?
The content, what we're asking that is when you determine a group of students, whether that is a part of a grade or a classroom, whatever is a session, that would need to then, once that group starts, that group then would go in content order, which would be, if it's grade 4, it would be reading, math, and then science. Those do not have to be given in one back-to-back day. You could give to that one session, I'm sorry, I'm moving my hands. If you give reading, session 1 reading could be given on Monday. Session 1 math could be given on Tuesday. And then session 1 grade 4 could be science could be given on Wednesday. Meanwhile, a different group of students, another session, could be given reading on one day. You may decide to take that group, could go reading math on one day. So you just need to take it by grade and the session, and make sure that each of those then go in content order. Trying to be as flexible as, breaking that out as possible across the 14 days.
Okay, thank you. Back to the extra time given or allotted for those students who are working diligently. Is there something that we need to do to document that time that we gave past the allotted time?
I would make a record of that somewhere. I don't know if it should be on your, possibly on your seating chart or something where you have the students, so that you would know which student used that extra time. I would just keep a record of that somewhere there at the school.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned some sample test schedules earlier. Can you tell us where we can find those?
Yes, they were included in the K-Prep PowerPoint. I want to say they were slides 10, 11, and 12. I'm not sure that that's exactly the right numbers. They are also included as a handout, which was provided to you in the Monday DAC email when we sent out all of those materials, so that you can have those electronically, or you can print them out for use.
Okay, thank you. I think you may have just probably answered this question, but just to make sure there's not something different here, I'll go ahead and ask. To add to the content questions, in last week's Q&A, it was stated that you could test at any time during the 14 days. So you could test all of your special ed students beginning day 1, and then starting with day 6, you could test your general ed students. If you did this, then grade levels would not necessarily be doing one content before they went to the next. Can you confirm that that's true?
That's correct. That you can do your possibly your individual your accommodated students, readers, those they can be done in a different session and under a different timing schedule.
Okay. This is a rather long and maybe a little complicated question. I'll try to go slowly with it, but in the accommodations training earlier, it was said that a calculator would not be provided for general ed students on Part A of the math test. The practice test followed this pattern, as there was no online calculator included on Part A, but it was provided for Part B. However, in the K-Prep training, the scheduling sheet that was used kind of said the opposite for 3rd through 9th. There would be a calculator provided for Part A and not for Part B. Is the schedule provided on the training the correct one, or is it still being updated and yet to be finalized? And if it's still being updated, when will this information be shared?
I will double check that. I think that it is correct. Can you pull the testing items chart up?
It would be slide 29, Jenny, for the mathematics one. Or if we want to look at the whole chart, that's a different one. I apologize.
Okay, so
slide 7 for the whole test.
Yeah, under math, with the exception of high school, 3 through 8, Part A is using the calculator, and Part B is no calculator for our assessment in 2021. And then that is just the opposite at grade 10. I'm sorry, it's not 11. We don't have math at grade 11. Grade 10 math, that assessment is just the opposite. For Part A is no calculator, and Part B is the calculator is available.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. The next question, I had read that the extraordinary circumstances form had been eliminated. How do we request non-participation for a student who has had a parent pass away or something of that nature during the testing windows? We have had instances like this in the past, so it wouldn't be a medical necessarily, or would it?
Those are some of the decisions that we are working toward. The medical non-participation has been, if you will, expanded a little bit to include, to look at students with medical issues, be they physical, mental, social, emotional, those types of issues for this spring. And yes, the extraordinary circumstance non-participation form has been eliminated. We are, for students that fall into that, we do call it extraordinary circumstance, you're just going to need to keep a record of that. Right now, we don't really have a way of making that request in SDRR, and we will have to have something in the future for those instances. So if it's a medical, again, if you can make that request medical to get it approved, and provide the information that is supporting information in SDRR to get that approval, you can always do that. Otherwise, we are working toward how to best accomplish those instances of students who might fall into, again, an extraordinary circumstance, because we do not have that form any longer.
Okay, thank you. Could you please repeat the information about the student results? Will students receive a performance level in APD?
I can take that one, Joy and Ben. Yes, they will. Students will receive a performance level, and what we'll look at is the approach that we've taken is to link the questions back to the assessment that has both old standards as well as new standards. So we're looking at a standard that was set for the 2019 assessment, so that we're hoping that as a comparison by individual student, you can look at where the student was in that content area in 2019 and make some analysis between where the student was in 2019 and then where the student is in 2021. So yes, there will be performance by student. There'll also be performance by school, district, and state. And again, I just want to reiterate that we, at this point, are being required to publicly report both performance as well as participation and disaggregate that information. We'll obviously follow FERPA and safety guidelines so that when we have to publicly report by student demographic group, it doesn't lead to any individual student results.
Okay, thank you. We know there are multiple choice and multiple select questions as part of this year's assessment, but what about technology enhanced items?
For 2021, there will be some technology enhanced items on our social studies field test. We don't believe we have technology enhanced items on any of the other content areas for 2021.
Okay, thank you. Now we have a few questions regarding the social studies field test. And the first question is, are we going to have a social studies field test this spring? And will it be administered at grades 5, 8, and 11? It's not, we didn't see it on the blueprint for testing.
Yes, we did not include it on the blueprint because it is considered a field test. And we are moving forward as of, I guess, today, planning the social studies field test for this spring to be given during that same 14-day window after the K-Prep is administered. So as we are moving forward with having that assessment field test, this spring.
So that's correct, Joy. So we've been preparing all along for the field test. At this point, we're still a bit uncertain whether it can happen or not, because to have a successful field test, we need representation across all student performance groups as well as all race and ethnicity groups. So we'll have to determine whether or not that continues to be able to have that field test or not, because we want a successful field test when we give it. We don't want to have to come back and have to retest a field test because it wasn't successful. So we're moving toward that in preparation, and we'll have to have the appropriate amount of schools open and in person to be able to do that. So again, we're moving toward that end, and we really hope that we can give it. There's a lot of advantages to giving the field test during the spring, and because it would be at the appropriate grade level. So giving it this spring would be a better situation, because we would administer the field test at the grades it's given operationally, which is 5, 8, and 11 for social studies. So to have it this spring would be more advantageous than to have to give a fall field test where it would be administered at 6, 9, and 12. So we're really hoping that the administration of the social studies field test will happen this spring, but again, we need that student representation and those students having that in-person interaction to be able to make that happen.
Thank you. So if those plans do move forward and we do give a social studies field test, will that be during that 14-day window? And if so, would we have to be finished with operational testing before we could begin the social studies field test?
So the details of the social studies field test have not specifically been made because, again, we're in that kind of that preparation mode, but not ready to announce any specific details on that social studies field test.
Will it be optional for schools?
Again, we're working toward that end, and we will let you know when those specific details are made.
All right, thank you. So at this time, we have about 2 minutes left in this session, so we have enough time to answer maybe one more question that for our moderators here, and we'll wait for that question. Otherwise, our next session will start at 12:30. That will be the Pearson Access next session. If your question about K-Prep was not answered in this session, or if you have another question after the session is over, please email that to dacinfo@education.ky.gov.
So I'll take this opportunity to thank Joy and Ben for answering all those questions. They were very good questions, some detailed questions, and we appreciate you bringing your knowledge and experience and expertise to the K-Prep session. Also, Jenny, thank you again for moderating or facilitating the session for us. At this point, I'm going to transition over to Pearson Access Next session. We do have representatives from Pearson here. I think Candy is going to be our moderator answering the questions. So if you have questions, you can type them into chat, as well as if your question did not get answered in any of the previous topics, alternate K-Prep, accommodation, SDRR, and K-Prep, we do ask you to email those to dacinfo@education.ky.gov. During this session, we will take specific questions on Pearson Access Next. One thing that is going to be a little different than the question and answer session last week is that we will not be specifically saying people's names and sharing information such as email address over the air. So if you do have a question, please type it in the chat, put your name into the chat area and any type of identification that you would need for Candy and Greta and Scott to answer your question so that they would be able to look at your specific account. They can see it in the chat. They will not be speaking directly to you by name over the air. So if you have particular questions, we encourage you to type those in, giving them the appropriate details that they would need in chat, and they are going to respond back to you through the chat features. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to our facilitator, Jenny or Ben.
Thank you, Jennifer. Hi, everyone. I'm Jenny Larkins in the Division of Assessment and Accountability Support. I will be your facilitator for this PA Next session. We have our moderators with us today from Pearson, Candy Gessling, and her guest, Scott Wilson and Greta Erickson. Again, if you to ask your questions, please type them in the Q&A box that is represented by the speech bubbles here with the question mark on those. And we'll look forward to your questions. And let's start with our first question, Ms. Candy. How do I perform a work request in PA Next?
In Pearson Access Next, if you are a DAC or a BAC, there are step-by-step instructions on the KY portal under the Pearson Access Next tab. There are Pearson Access Next navigational instructions, and they provide you with step-by-step instructions. Also in the K-Prep Test Administrator's Manual, there will be step-by-step instructions for a work request. But what you do is you go out to Pearson Access Next under Setup and then click on Work Request and follow, it requests the student's SSID number and other information that you key in there, and then you just click through the process. And what that does is it generates a ticket for the district that is, I always get confused, that is sending the student to your district that they'll be testing at. And what they will do is they'll go out, there's a little bell at the very top of your screen on Pearson Access Next. And when that, normally the bell is white, but when it is red, that means that you have an work request authorization that you have to approve. You'll click on the bell and it'll tell you what student, what district is requesting the student, and then you just either, if it's not your student, you will decline, or if it is your student, you will authorize, and then that student will be released to the district that will be testing. Now, one thing with this, you have to make sure that any students that have left your district, if they are in sessions, they need to be removed. Otherwise, the district that is asking for the student to come to their district, it'll refuse. I can't remember the verbiage, but it will refuse them to not be able to put in the work request. And if you have any questions, if that happens, you can either call the district or contact Pearson, and we can help you if that happens.
Great, thank you for that explanation, Ms. Candy. Your next question, if we test a student or group of students at a remote site, such as a public library, for example, do we designate this in any way? The questioner thought they had seen in Pearson Access Next, there were some instructions about assigning a remote testing organization.
That is not something that we request in Pearson Access. Jennifer, is that something that is done in SDRR? For remote testing, I'm not aware that we would request that. Whoever asked that question, if you could provide the documentation that asked for that and send it in the chat, we can look that up. But I'm sorry, I'm for remote testing. I don't think there's anything in our documentation, but I can always be wrong. So if you could just send that to us, I'd appreciate it.
And Candy, they can annotate in SDRR if there's anything that they want to, like maybe they did remote testing or they gave the student a medical emergency. Anything they annotate, that way they can keep track of it all in one spot. When they download that roster, they will have all that information at their fingertips. Okay, now, they could be asking about, what about if they need to test a student that maybe it's 6 o'clock at night? Maybe they're a night student.
Okay. What that is, if you have a student, any students, like for evening students, if you need to have their sessions, what we call ignore schedule, you need to contact KDE. You'll provide them district, school, session name, and no, you won't have to provide the students, just mostly the session name to KDE, and they will approve it and then contact Pearson. And then what we will do is on that session itself that those students are in, we go in and we check a box that says ignore schedule, and then those students will be able to test after the testing hours. Normal testing hours are from like 7 a.m. in the morning, and that's Central Time, or no, I'm sorry, Eastern Time, 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. So if it's after that, you'll need to contact KDE.
And Candy, that is correct. That's the same process that we followed last year for, this is Joy, for those schools that requested, evening testing or something like that. But that is the correct process to send that information, that request to KDE, and then we will let Pearson know to open up that time for that session.
Right. And that information is also in both the social studies and the K-Prep test administrators manuals that will be posted to the KY portal here soon.
Okay, at this time we have no additional questions, and we'll wait here for those. As the DAC, can I create new accounts or reactivate the accounts of BACs in PA Next?
Yeah, what you can do is, as the DAC, you can create new accounts for new BACs within your district. Those BACs that already have accounts but have become inactivated, that's one thing. With no spring testing in 2020 and then no fall testing in 2020, the accounts on PA Next have become inactive. What you can do as a DAC is log in, go to setup under users, and right underneath where it says find users, you key in, how I do it, I key in the last name of the person I'm wanting to locate. And then click search. If they do not come out or come up, down at the bottom underneath where you keyed in their name, there's a drop down that says account status. What I do is I click on that down arrow and I start with disabled first. And as soon as you click on disabled, if they are disabled, their names will come up. What you do is click the box in front of their names, go up to start all tasks and highlight their name, and you'll see if it says, it will say disabled. You just mark it or do the drop down to enabled. And then what you want to do is look over at their end date and check and see if, the date has passed since they were last not logged in. But if the end date is past, like today is March 3rd, if it said like January 1st or something like that, 2021, it means that their end date knocked them out so that they were no longer active. Just change that date to like a year from now, or 2 years, and then click on save, and that will activate that back. One thing you'll want to tell them is to at least allow like a half hour, 45 minutes after you have activated them, just so everything gets resynced. But then just go ahead and have them log in and they should be good to go. Now, if they are deleted, you would go through that same process. You would do the drop down and click on deleted, and their name comes up. Click the box in front of their names, go to start all tasks. What you will do is you'll enable them again, check the date, their end date. If it's passed, push it out a year or two, click on save. Then what you're going to want to do, you'll go over to the right, and there's at the top, there's a tab that says, I believe it's restored/delete. What you want to do is you'll click on that tab. That person's name will come up. Click the box in front of their name and then just click the delete restore tab, and that will bring them back in so they are no longer deleted. And with deletes, I usually recommend that you have the person, again, wait half hour, 45 minutes, but then have them change their password. It's just precautionary, but after that, they should be able to log in. And if they are having any problems, just give us a call here at Pearson and we will walk you through it.
Thank you, Candy. So back to the reactivating disabled accounts. Is there a way to do that for multiple accounts at one time? And if so, what is that process?
Yes. What you'll do is you'll do the same thing. Go to setup, find to users, and then key in the last name again. As soon as their name comes up, whether they're disabled or deleted, check the box in front and then go back over and key in another person's name. Their name will come up again as disabled or deleted. Checkbox, checkbox in front of their name. And you can keep on doing that for as many folks as you want to. And then when you're done keying in the names, just go up to start, all tasks, and then you'll highlight name for name and make the updates on each person's account.
All right, thank you. Someone is wondering if the restriction to end at 4 o'clock this year, is that something that we're going to have any additional flexibility around? They have possibly a need to bring in virtual students after hours and sometimes on the weekends, and thought maybe it could just be made available across the board without a district having to request it. Is there any thought about that, any talk of that happening?
What we can do is we can bring it back to KDE. That would be their decision. It was just in the past, it was always set at, the 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern time. Or no, Central time, because then it would make it later. Can't remember. But we can kind of, talk with KDE and see what they feel. Again, Jennifer has said that this year is one with flexibility. So we'd be more than happy to, be flexible with the timing, but this would have to be a KDE directive.
Okay, thank you. And then the earlier questioner that was asking about indicating a remote test administration, like an off-site testing within PA Next, provided a link and said that was the description for it, and that they wanted to just clarify that, to their knowledge, Kentucky may not even use that requirement, but they had that question from one of their BACs.
Okay, I'm seeing the link. I don't think that's Katie or oh, it is Pearson. Okay, but I think that might be state or U.S. national wide. It still would be up to Kentucky whether that would be a possibility.
Okay, so then returning back to that 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. setting, what happens if a student is in progress with a test when 4 o'clock comes around?
It will shut off. When it's 4 p.m., if Eastern, if it's set, let me see. If it's set Central Time, it would be 5 p.m. Eastern. I'll have to look again. It might be 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. still Central Time, so that would make it 5 p.m. for East Coast. So, but it will shut down.
So even if the student is in the middle.
We've never had that happen before.
Okay.
No
So,
students have been testing that late.
So-
Unless they got, I'm sorry, Jenny,
No.
unless they got the approval to have their schedules ignored.
okay. So the best advice would be to contact KDE if you thought your schedule was going to be an issue around that close time.
That is correct.
Okay, we have no further questions at this time, and we'll be here waiting for your questions. All right, Ms. Candy, back to the 4 o'clock shutoff time. If that happens, would the student be able to resume or pick up where they left off the next day when they return, or would the test just be canceled out or submitted at 4 o'clock if that should happen?
They would log in the next day because the test would not be submitted.
So if they logged in the next day, would they return to would they be at the place where they stopped on the previous day, or would they have to start over?
It would be as if they had signed out. You know, on TestNav, you go up to the top right and you sign out. It would be the same thing. They would just sign back in with their testing ticket that they used previously, same username and password, and then it'll take it to the last place where the test stopped.
Okay. We have a question about scoring. How is the test scored? Will we get immediate feedback, or will we have to wait? So
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That was the extent of the question. I'm assuming, do they mean because it's an online test, will the answers be scored instantly, sort of as they are on the practice test, or will they have to wait for student scores?
They will wait for student scores. It's not on demand.
Okay. And then, can we start adding or updating PA Next accounts now, or wait until March 16th?
Yes, you can start working on adding BACs, test administrators, online administrators, technology coordinators, those type accounts now. Also checking their dates to make sure that they're not going to be one day that they're have access to Pearson Access Next and the next day they don't. That would be because of the end date, so it's a good thing to go in and check that. But yes, you can start doing that type work on Pearson Access now. The only thing that you cannot do until March 16th is work with student data, create test sessions, work with adding text-to-speech to your students' student records. But updating and adding users is open now.
Okay, thank you. We have no further questions at this time.
I want to kind of push the Kentucky portal. It is a good place to go out to, and it not only has the practice test for both general education and also the accommodated practice test. All content, even though we are not testing editing mechanics this year, there are practice tests for the editing and mechanics out on the Kentucky portal. There are also tutorials, TestNav 8 tutorials, and they are very good tools to show you how to use the TestNav tools. You can interact with them like the highlighter. There's been a lot of question with the highlighter because there's not an actual, you can't click on a highlighter and then highlight. What you do is you click on the text within a question and you highlight there. You do have a choice of what colors to use, but all the tools from TestNav 8 are in these tutorials. And it's very good to have the kids or students go out and, well, even the administrators, staff, go out and see how they work. So, also on the portal, under the Pearson Access Next tab, there are let me see, it's called Pearson Access Next Guidance Documents. That is where the text-to-speech Test Nav 8 instructions will be to add the text-to-speech flags to student records. You can do them both as a bulk load of students, or you can do them individually. There are step-by-step instructions on how to do that. There is also going to be a create test session instructions, and those again will be step-by-step instructions. Also out there under the I believe it's under the resources tab, there is a block that says test administration manual. There will be both the social studies and the K-Prep manuals that are going to be posted there. Also, there's test administration scripts. All the scripts for both K-Prep and social studies will be listed under those tabs. The K-Prep or the social studies manual and scripts are going through process right now to be made 508 compliant. So those should be posting very soon. Also, the K-Prep test administration manual and scripts hopefully will be out there within the next few weeks or couple weeks also. But that KY portal is a great place to go. There is also, oh, well, hang on. Someone's asking for the link. I just put it in. I don't know, Jay, if you make that published.
I can publish. So the question is, where is the Kentucky portal?
And Jenny, they can also find the Kentucky portal if they get the DAC email. It's on that right-hand side, right below Pearson Access Next.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, sorry, and there's also a technology part on the portal. One thing I thought was pretty cool, something that has been added this year, it's technology office hours. What you can do, your technology coordinators, when they're getting ready to set up TestNav on your system there at your districts, there's a place where they can go and schedule a technology office hours with the our technology folks, and they can set the time, the date, and they can get that all set up. And yes, teachers can have access to the KY portal. That's for everyone. It's not password protected, I guess would be the word.
All right, so Candy, in the transfer student process, where do they find the student code to complete the work request? Is that the student's SSID?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Last year it was a Pearson Access code or Pearson Access number. This year we changed it so it's the SSID. So it's a number that you folks have more access to.
Thank you, Candy. There are no additional questions at this time.
Somebody just indicated, thanks very much for using the SSID instead of the Pearson code. After last year was the first year of using the work request, so we realized what a pain it was for you folks. So we made sure and got that changed. As I said earlier, the SSID, you folks have much more access to having that number. So, and thank you for saying that.
Candy, will the work request feature include an email to the DAC when there is a request to approve, or will it just be that they will have to check PA Next often to see if they have a request to approve? So if someone requests that change, will the DAC receive an email, or will they just have to keep checking for it?
No, they will not receive an email. What we have requested that, that be added in, but at this time it's just that little bell at the top of the screen. If it's white, you don't have any requests. If it's turned red, you do have requests. And sorry for that. I realize that it's a lot to ask for, to go in there daily, but that's something we have, we do have in the works, asking for the request.
We have about 5 minutes remaining in this session for Pearson Access Next. We can take a couple of more questions if you have them, and we'll wait here for that. Thank you for joining the Pearson Access Next session today. Our time is up, and in just a moment we'll start with the TestNav session. It looks like Jennifer has joined us to lead us on. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Jenny and Candy. Thank you very much for all the information that you brought us on the Pearson Access Next platform. We're going to transition at this point. It is 1:30 Eastern Time, so we're going to transition over to our TestNav product. TestNav is the application or platform that the students utilize to answer the questions for the online assessment. If you've been with us already, you know the format. We will answer all of your questions that you have about this particular subject. You can put questions in the chat, and you can put your name in the chat as well. If you have questions about any of the prior subject areas, such as alternate K-Prep that we started with at 8:30 this morning, accommodations or SDRR, K-Prep or Pearson Access Next, you can email dacinfo@education.ky.gov and get those questions answered for you. At this point, we're going to do things a little bit different. If you had been part of last week's session, we were able to provide support over the air for individuals, and we can still do that. However, what we're going to limit is our responses to individuals in the chat. So we're not going to publish anybody's name or email over the air. So we want to support you. If you have questions specific to TestNav or you need help with your account, you're more than welcome to put those into chat. Pearson, Candy, Greta, Scott, stand ready to assist you with those accounts. But again, it'll work through chat and not over the broadcast. So we're going to be here. We're going to be here for the next hour. If you have questions, please submit those. And it will help if you put your name in the area so that we can identify you, especially if you have or need assistance with your account. So if you would put your information there so that they can respond to you back and be able to look up your account. We will be here until 2:30 Eastern, and if you have questions for Candy and Greta, Scott, please submit those. And I'm going to turn it over to our facilitator. That could be Jenny again, or it could be Ben.
Thank you, Jennifer. And again, welcome everyone to the Q&A session for TestNav. I'm Ben Riley, and I'm a program consultant with the Division of Assessment and Accountability Support, and I will be your facilitator today. As we're going through the session, to submit your questions, please type them again in that Q&A box represented by the icon of speech bubbles with a question mark that you see on the side. Joining us to answer questions, we're going to have our guests from Pearson, and they're going to be answering questions in relationship to TestSnap, so we'd like to keep our questions related to that for this session. If you have any questions related to other topics that we've covered earlier in the day, please email us at dacinfo@education.ky.gov. We have one question right now, if we're ready.
I am.
All right, Candy. Where do I get the username and password, and/or print testing tickets and seal codes?
Okay, that's after you create sessions. You go to you go to the you go to the actual session, and under resources, you have a choice. You can either print testing tickets, seal codes, do a how do I say it? A download of session roster, but it's within the session itself under the resources, and that's kind of like in the middle of the screen, like your session is listed like this, and it'll be about right here at the top of the sessions.
Thank you very much. It looks like we have one more question.
Mm-hmm.
How do I create test sessions?
What you do is once you have all your students ready, especially those that need the text-to-speech indicator or the flag on their records, you will go to sessions, and then there's create sessions, and then you just follow the instructions. You create a name, assign what test you're going to be taking, reading, math, survey, it's within the session testing tab, and then sessions, and then create sessions. There will be in probably by the end of the week on the KY portal that we have now, there will be a document called Create Test Sessions, and it'll be information for both the K-Prep and the social studies, and it'll have step-by-step instructions of how you create sessions, pre-cache, start your sessions, resume, everything that you will do with sessions during testing.
All right, thank you. This time, we don't have any more questions lined up in our queue. However, if any of our participants would like to ask a question, please go ahead and type them into the Q&A box, and then Candy and I will be here standing by to answer those promptly for you.
Now, during the Pearson Access Next, I talked about, since we don't have any questions right now, I talked about the Kentucky portal. It's a good access for information, as in test preparation. Under excuse me, under test preparation on the portal itself, there are TestNav 8 Kentucky tutorials. There are also all of the practice tests for general education and accommodated practice tests. The accommodated practice tests, they do have listing, or they do have the text-to-speech tool on there. Oh, sorry, how do you recommend grouping for the test sessions? Groupings for the test sessions themselves, that would be up to you folks, how you feel most comfortable. If you want to put them by teacher, by grade, that's pretty much up to you. With the survey, though, last year I did see they were just doing the survey Since the surveys are grades 3 through 5 and 6 through 11, I saw a lot of folks just putting 3 through 5 survey and then like a hyphen and the teacher name or the room that they were going to be testing, like a computer lab. But the grouping of the sessions, that is up to you folks. Whatever you feel most comfortable with and how you want to keep track of the sessions, that will be up to you. One thing I know a lot of folks do ask about if a student is absent, isn't coming back for the test that day, and the group that is tested did finish, it is up to you. If what we ask is once all the sessions and everybody is tested, we have you mark them complete or close the session. One thing, if you leave an absent student in the session, you cannot close it until that student has come in and tested. So it is up to you if you want to leave the session open and keep track of that absent student in that session. You can do that, or some folks have taken the absent student out and put in just a session for absent students, but that is entirely up to you.
Thanks for sharing that information, Candy. And again, just a friendly reminder to our participants. Again, if you want to submit a question, it seems we have another question that has popped up. Where do we identify the testing window for our district?
Well, when you're creating a session, and we had this question last week, when you create your session, it asks you for a certain date. If you cannot, don't have the calendar, set, just put in like March 30th. That is the beginning of the testing window. One thing, when you do test, that information is captured on your sessions. It will indicate when you started the session and how long you took for that session. That information is captured elsewhere. And so the date in the create test session is not, how do I put it? You are not held to that date. So if you put March 30th and you don't test until April 5th or 10th or something like that, you're not held to that date. So, but when you say, where do you identify your testing window? I don't know unless you identify that with KDE. If that's what you're asking, I'm sorry. We as the person don't ask you to identify your testing window.
Candy, this is Pam. They will identify their testing window in SDRR.
I was hoping you'd come on. That's where I thought. But
thank you very much, Pam.
I get confused between Infinite Campus and SDRR.
Yeah, they'll be doing that March 15th. So get your windows correct and get your calendar correct in SDRR. I mean in IC, so that when we pull that for SDRR, it will be correct.
All right, Candy, I have another question about pausing a test for you. We were told to make sure to only pause a test, do not end. Do students have access to that end button or only the back?
Okay, now when the student is testing, they do have access. They're up at the top right. This is in case that they're, pausing or taking a break. They do have at the top right, and it indicates like a little man. You do that drop down, and it says sign out of TestNav. And what that does, that'll stop the student right where they ended the test, or not ended, but are taking their break. And then it'll save everything up until then. And then what they'll do is they'll just sign out of TestNav. You as the DAC, the BAC, the monitor, proctor, will have to resume that student when they do come back in and sign in. But that's really the only end type thing they'd have, unless you mean submit final answers. I guess I really don't know what you mean by end.
The way I understood the question was they meant end button as in to end the testing session.
Okay, to end the testing set. Well, do you mean after? Okay, I'm taking that then maybe after the 60 minutes. What they will do after the 60 minutes, or, you know, if they're working diligently, you know, you folks would decide for how long they can test. But to end the test for them would be to submit final answers. Reading, let me see, reading, science, on-demand writing is just one part or one section. With math, it's 2 sections or 2 parts, A and B. And with part A of math, they would submit answers and it automatically will go to part B. They'll put in the seal code and then start testing part B. But for reading, science, and on-demand writing, they would submit their final answers and then that would be the end of the test.
Thanks, Candy.
Mm-hmm.
And if our participant, if they need any more information on that, please follow up with us on it too, because we'd like to make sure we understood that question and answered it for you the best that we could. So at this time, I don't have any current questions in the Q&A line. So if you have any, please type them into the Q&A box, which again is represented by the icon of speech bubbles with a question mark that you see on the side, or on the slide, excuse me. And we will happily answer those questions for you.
Okay, since we have a little break right now, I'm going to go back to the Kentucky portal.
Sure.
What you do with that is under the test preparation tab, there are the TestNav 8 Kentucky tutorials. They are an excellent resource for your students, your proctors, the test administrators, DACs, BACs, your staff. It shows exactly all the tools that are on TestNav 8. You can also interact with them. It'll show you how they work, explains step-by-step what they do and how the students can access the tool on Pearson Access Next. I always kind of try to push the tutorial. One reason is we've always had a lot of questions about the highlighter. It actually does not have a tool that you can click on. It's within the question itself. You click on your mouse and then you highlight, I shouldn't say just the mouse, on your keypad also, and highlight a question within, or a text within a question. And you do have like 3 colors that you can choose from. But this TestNav tutorial is excellent for teaching students how to work the tools within TestNav 8.
Okay. We had a question.
Ben.
Candy, we just got another question that came through. This one, it says, is SDRR testing window selection available this year?
Hey, Ben, it's Pam. I'll field that.
Okay.
Yes, the district test window collection opens on March 15th, and it goes through the end of the month. So you have until March 31st to get the test windows in SDRR. Remember, we're pulling it from Infinite Campus, so please get your calendar correct in there before it opens. Otherwise, it has one refresh a week into it. So if your calendar's not right when you pull it up on the 15th, then go back over to IC, fix it there, and then that following Monday, it should be correct.
Thank you, Pam.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Pam. Okay, we have a break. I'll go back to the portal again. Oops, do you have another question? Sorry.
No, I don't. I was going to segue, but you were already on the way to doing it.
Yes, again, on the portal, there is a technology setup tab. On that portal, or on that tab, clear down at the very bottom, there is a technology office hours. I really recommend for your technology coordinators, if they have any questions or issues with setting up TestNav and getting ready for the testing window, what they can do is at the very bottom of the tab, there's a technology office hours. What they can do is schedule a one-on-one with our technology folks. You can name the date, the time, and work with our technology for any questions that you folks do have. There's also on the Pearson Access Next tab, there is guidance documents. That is where the text-to-speech instructions will be. Also, the create test sessions document will be there, and those should be here within the next week or so. There are form override instructions. Those you need to work through Jason Howard at KDE to get approval, and we will send you those form override instructions. Those are for the read aloud during the test. There are also Pearson Access Next navigational instructions. Those are step-by-step instructions for you to use navigating through Pearson Access Next, additional orders, setting up your user accounts, those type things. Under the resources will be your test administration manuals for both K-Prep and the social studies, and then the test administration scripts. Those will be also out there for social studies and K-Prep. The social studies scripts and manual should be out there here within the next week, and then the K-Prep follow soon after that. Important date sheet, both for the field test and the operational, are out there. Both documents are PDFs that are posted out there. I can't really think of anything else out there right now. Oh, got a question?
So we just had a question pop in. I'd be happy to share with you.
Okay.
The participant says, right now I am in PAN double checking to make sure all of my BACs have active user accounts. However, the only options for the 2020-2021 school year are Social Studies Field Test and Spring 2021 Summative.
That is correct. And your Spring 2021 Summative, that is for your survey and the K-Prep. Then the Social Studies is just for the field test. But those are the correct drop downs.
Thank you, Candy.
If you're having any problems with finding your BACs, if they are inactive, please let us know in the chat, and Greta or Scott can help you with any questions you have.
Thank you again. And just a friendly reminder to our audience too, if you have a question, please type them into the Q&A box represented by the icon of speech bubbles with the question mark that you see on the slide. And Candy, and Greta and Scott and I will be happy to make sure those questions get answered. We've had another question come in the queue if you're ready.
Sure.
All right. Are the resources the same as last year for Pearson?
Okay, when you talk resources, I'm taking that as the manuals and the scripts, and no, they are different this year. We are not doing a DAC back manual, and please type in and let me know if I'm going down the wrong road here. There will not be DAC back manuals for the social studies in K-Prep. This year they have been separated out, but they are going to be called a test administration manual. And it's pretty much most of the information that was within the DAC backs in previous years. And then the scripts themselves are going to be separated out by grade. And okay. Go ahead, Ben.
Sure, we've had another question come in, and this question is, how do we check user accounts?
You log into Pearson Access Next and go to Setup, drop down Users, and you click on that, and then it says Find Users underneath there. What I do, if you have a number of people, key in the last name, and then hit search. And if the person does not come up, down below a little bit is an account status. What you would do is, I always start with disabled. If the person comes up, click the box in front of their name and then go back up to the search box, key in your next user, and just keep on doing that, clicking the box. What you'll have then is a number of people that are either deleted or disabled. Go up to all tasks or go up to start all tasks. And what you will do is you'll click on each person's name. If they're disabled, enable them, look down at their end date, make sure that you put it out maybe a year or two, and then click on save. If they are deleted, you'll have to do that same thing. You'll have to click on their name, enable them, look at their end date, put it out a year or two, save. But with a deleted person, you'll have to go over to the far right, click on the tab Delete, Restore, and it'll bring up those names. Click the names that were deleted, that they'll have a little red X behind them. Click on those names and then click on the button Delete or Delete/Restore, and then that'll bring them active again. One thing, disabled folks, you don't have to do this, but with a deleted account, I would recommend to either create a new password. Do forgot password and create a new password. One thing too, when you do activate them, tell the people that you are working on to allow at least a half hour to 45 minutes to resync everything, and then they'll be able to log in.
Thank you. And we've gotten another question while we were discussing that. This question is, where can we find the TAMs again?
Those are out on the KY portal, and hang on, I'm going to put this in the link or in your. They're under in the KY portal under resources, and then there's a blue bar there that says Test Administration Manual, and they'll be down under there as soon as they are complete and posted.
Thank you, and I see that you put a link in there. Awesome.
Yep.
All right, at this time, we currently have one more question. Does Pearson work the same as last year as far as setting up sessions, printing, testing tickets, and actually running the sessions from Pearson?
I guess I'm not understanding. It's the same as last year. You're creating, you know, the students are loaded. They'll be in Pearson Access Next March 16th. And that is from an Infinite Campus poll that was just done this past Friday. And then you'll just create sessions, and just like you did in years past. Same with the printing of the test tickets and running the sessions. And you're doing that from Pearson Access Next. So yeah, it's the same as last year. And again, there will be a document in under the Pearson Access Next tab on the Kentucky portal. It'll be create test sessions, and it'll be a step-by-step instructions from the beginning to the end with working with sessions.
We've had another question come in. I am a DAC and went in today to check on my back. It looks like I have been deleted or disabled. I'm the only person in the district who would have been able to restore. What steps should I take?
You'll need to contact the Kentucky customer service at Pearson, and I gotta find the number, sorry. Oh, I thought I had it the other day. I believe it's 888-437-1430, but Greta or Scott, if you could please look that up real quick.
Sure, and if you want to repeat that number, Candy, I'll go ahead and put it in the chat for the person to use if they want to use it as well.
Okay, well, I'm gonna cheat, guys. I'm gonna go out and I believe, like I said, I believe it's 888-437-1430, and I'm looking up the TAM right now so I can make for sure that that is the right number. Sorry.
All right. Oh, no problem. Just confirm that when you have it ready, and I'll make sure it gets in there. And we do have another question as well. Or no, that's just a follow-up comment. We do not have another question right now. Perfect. All right. Did we confirm that number, Candy?
My internet's working a little slow. It'll be a minute.
Not a problem. Just let me know when so. And currently, to our participants, we do not have any questions in the queue. So if you would please, if you have any, please type them into the Q&A box represented by the icon of speech bubbles with a question mark that you can see on the slide. And Candy and I and Greta and Scott are all here to answer those questions.
And Ben, that number is confirmed.
Thank you very much.
That is the right number. Thank you, Pam.
We've received a new question, Candy.
Okay.
All right. I am a new back this year and am unclear where to create test sessions. Is that in PAN or in TestNav?
The create test sessions is on PAN itself, and let me hang on a second. I'm going to provide that is a link of where they will be, and like I said, it should be out later this week. And it'll be under the Pearson Access Next guidance documents. And what that is, again, it shows you from the beginning to the end of how to create test sessions.
Awesome. Thank you, Candy.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Currently, if you have any questions to submit, please submit them in the Q&A box. And Candy and I will be here to answer those questions. Currently, we do not have any, and so we will just wait and see if anyone has anything we can support them with. We've received a question. That question is, how do you change the email address of a BAC if they have gotten married and their last name has changed? Currently, the option to make changes is grayed out in the Create Edit portion of PAN.
Well, one thing, the user IDs are normally the email addresses, and you can't change those. You can change the name. The only thing that you can do is create an, well, first you'd have to delete her account that she has now, delete it, and then create a new account with the new, well, you wouldn't have to delete it yet since she has a new name. Go ahead and create an account with her new name and the email address, and save that, and the account will become active, and then just delete the previous account. But there's no way to change the previous user ID or email.
Okay. And they had responded to, so I'm just going to repeat the suggestion back to you to make sure we got it all. So the best way to handle that is to create a new user account with the correct email address, and once you've set that up, then delete the previous account that has the incorrect email address.
Correct.
All right. Thank you, Candy.
Yep.
Okay. If anyone has any questions to submit, please type them into the Q&A box represented by the icon of speech bubbles with a question mark that you see on the slide. And Candy and I and the rest of our Pearson team will be here to answer those questions as they come in. Thank you.
Can I go back to that last question? After I said that, I kind of wondered. I went back in here, and actually I'm in your account, the person that sent the email, and you can update the email. It's just the username that is grayed out. You cannot, you get the little red box, little red circle with the mark through it, but you can change the email address. So the only thing is the username is going to have the person's maiden name. So if they don't mind that, that's okay. That way, then you don't have to create a new account, but you can change the email.
Thank you. We've received another question. This person says, I have restored access for one of my BACs, but she is still getting the following message, quote, user has not yet been created in this website, or authorization has been removed and therefore does not have appropriate authorization privileges.
Okay, so you're saying that you restored her so the person was deleted. For one thing, did you have her change her password? And another thing, did you have her wait a half hour, 45 minutes so that they could resync? It does take, a little bit of time for, everything to resync, but she should be able to log on.
They've responded and they say, I have restored access for one of my BACs. And actually, it's the same message that I'm getting. I apologize there.
No, I would just have her wait a little bit and then try it again. And if the person still has troubles, give us a call at Pearson. And what happens, even though it's a BAC account, tell them that you talked to Candy Gessling and have them escalate the tickets to the program team, and then we can take a look at it.
And I'll go ahead too, Candy, and I'll put that phone number back in there for you.
Okay, thank you.
Not a problem. All right. We currently have no questions in our queue. So if you do decide you have a question or one comes to mind, please type them into the Q&A box represented by the icon of speech bubbles, and with the question mark that you see on the slide. And then Candy and I and our team at Pearson can happily answer those for you.
Okay, thank you. That's just give it a little time, but if not, let us know.
Just wanted to let our participants know we have about 5 minutes left in this session, and we'll be able to take one or two more questions if you have them. And if you do, again, please type them into that Q&A box. And Candy, Scott, and Greta and I will all be happy to answer those questions for you. And we have greatly enjoyed our time with you all today. So we look forward to hearing from you if you have any questions. Thanks.
Well, we have a couple minutes here. I want to thank everybody from Pearson. We want to thank everybody for joining the call today and all your questions. Feel free to give us a call at the Pearson customer service number if you have any questions about TestNav when you're getting ready for testing. We'll be more than happy to help. Thank you.
Thank you, Candy.
Thank you very much. And
You bet.
I also want to take this opportunity to thank everyone for your participation today. We started early this morning with alternate K-Prep. We had many questions that Kevin O'Hare was so graciously able to answer. We moved into accommodations with Jason Howard. I want to thank him as well for his answering of the questions and his expertise. We moved into a really tough session with really good questions today with SDRR, and I want to express my thanks to Chris Williams, Pam Powers, Nathan Rome, David Curd, Jesse Carlton, and others from the Office of Finance and Operations for assisting with those detailed questions. We moved into K-Prep, and Joy Barr and Ben Riley answered all of your questions that we could get to with K-Prep, and then Candy, Greta, Scott, thank you very much for your expertise and knowledge that you brought to Pearson Access Next, as well as the TestNav session. I want to say special thanks to Jenny Larkins and Ben Riley for their facilitation of the questions, as well as Ben, you also assisted Pam Powers in producing today. So thanks to Ben and Pam for your production of this broadcast. So we have had a wonderful day full of questions and answers. The last time I looked, there were a number of questions. I want to say that we've had over 180 questions asked and answered. So thank you, the district assessment coordinators, building assessment coordinators, and others who are watching today for your participation and the good questions that you brought to all of the sessions today, because without your questions, it would not have been so successful. So if you have further needs or want to speak individually, you're more than welcome to email dacinfo@education.ky.gov. You're also welcome to pick up the phone, call us, because we are here. We're navigating these uncharted waters through testing during the spring 2021. We wish you the best. And again, please reach out if you need any other assistance. Thank you very much.